early days of 2022, Thug would still drop hits, most notably being his features on 2 songs from Gunna's Drip Season Forever project. One of these would be the smash hit Pushin' P that spent 20 weeks on the charts, peaking at number 7. And with the song's release, the phrase Pushin' P would go viral. This bizarre phrase has some interesting meanings. Apparently it stands for acting like a pimp or player, or simply applying pressure to a situation and remaining solid. But others claim it's more of a reference to splashing cash and balling as a way of life, spending money on things that you always wanted. Whilst trolls have suggested that Pushin' P actually refers to pushing urine out of your pee-pee when you're in a crowded prison men's room. But it could also refer to distributing Percocet pills. It was even something that Thug's lawyer would even try and explain away during the trial as actually meaning pushing positivity.
It's called pushing P, and it's positivity. It means any circumstance you're in, if you think positively about something, you can make it through. You're pushing positivity. You're pushing P. Jeffrey is showing up.
The track Mop from Gunna's project would also feature Young Thug and landed at 45 on the charts. But at this point in time, it's likely that at least some members of YSL realized that the heat of a police investigation might not be far away, whether it was just rumors on the street or just simple intuition. But even with the indictment looming around the corner, many within YSL were still operating as recklessly as ever. On February the 7th, 2022, Christian Eppinger, better known in the streets as YSL member Big Briss, would be stopped by police. And it would be during this altercation that he would pull out a gun and fire 6 shots at the arresting officer, who had only barely escaped the incident with his life. The incident would be caught on surveillance video, and it would eventually become another charge within the YSL indictment.
In the video, Officer David Rogers can be seen pulling up on a street in southwest Atlanta in February while trying to serve a warrant. He jumps out of the car and struggles with the man. Then you see the man shoot Officer Rogers, who falls to the ground. The man then can be seen running away.
YSL was not only moving recklessly outside of the prison, but also within the prison walls. On the 9th of February 2022, 2 members of YSL would allegedly attempt to kill YFN Lucci, who was still locked up on his own RICO case involving his sets YFN, with an incident report revealing that Lucci was involved in a fight where the other men had sharp objects, while Lucci would allegedly yell how he felt like killing the man himself. This would later be revealed to be an alleged planned hit by YSL members, with the shocking footage of the fight being revealed during the trial.
Now, Lieutenant, as the fight's going on, can you tell the jurors, in each one of the pods, where are the deputies in relation to the inmates, for example, the ones who we're watching right now? Where does this deputy come from?
He comes, I'm assuming, from the other side.
There would also allegedly be a highly incriminating discussion held between 2 members of YSL on February the 22nd, 2022. Freshly in Fulton County Jail, Big Briss, who had just been arrested for the attempted murder on that police officer, would allegedly hold discussions with another YSL member where they were trying to figure out how to obtain permission from Thug to make a second attempt to kill YFN Lucci. On March the 14th, 2022, YSL found themselves entangled in yet another incident.
What'd you say? Bro, I know you're not in here to sneak this, and like, bro, I wasn't even looking at the. I wasn't even. I know you want to sneak this in there. Like, you see what the world do to you? Like, don't even say nothing to nobody. Don't get on this bitch hating. Like, that's exactly what the world gonna do to your ass. Like, nigga be digging.
Adding to their growing list of offences leading up to their arrests.
It's too early in the morning. It should be illegal to ride dick this early in the morning.
An actual
no
murder.
Bullshit.
Atlanta PD would find a man shot and killed under Interstate 20. The man turned out to be a 23-year-old named Shymel Drinks, an alleged affiliate of YFN.
On the heels of another homicide in the city, the medical examiner says 23-year-old Shymel Drinks was killed near I-20 last night. A witness found a car riddled with bullet holes parked on Windsor Street underneath the overpass around 10 last night. Drinks was inside, shot multiple times. This is the second shooting near an interstate in the last week. Police are working to see if there was any video captured near that scene. If you know anything or think you do, you're asked to please contact
I don't know what
police.
He looked like.
The murder of Drinks would allegedly be get back for the murders of 2 YSL members that happened earlier in 2022.
Like, I don't know what he looked like.
SB, aka Shannon Stillwell, would ultimately be accused of this murder as part of the YSL indictment. On April the 28th, 2022, with the indictment less than 2 weeks away, 2 members of YSL would even allegedly conspire to commit the murder of another YSL member. Polo, aka Cordarius Dorsey, who was locked up at this time, would allegedly order Obama, aka Anthony Sumlin, to kill another fellow gang member, Harold Clemens, because Clemens had apparently refused to put money on Polo's jail books, with Polo then providing Obama with Clemens' phone number to set up the murder. By early 2022, Young Thug had made significant strides in the music industry. He had released critically acclaimed music that showcased his unique style that had established him as a leading figure in not just the Atlanta rap scene, but the global music scene. However, behind the glamour and hidden by the illuminating lights of success and accolades, Thug was still allegedly very much entangled with the street beefs of his hometown, and his gang affiliations and criminal activities casted a dark cloud over his success. Eventually, though, the law would catch up with him, and the once celebrated artist would soon find himself ensnared in the legal battle of a lifetime, which threatened to undo all of his artistic achievements and completely redefine his legacy.
I can't do it under pressure, bro. I don't smoke hookah, like, I can't do it under pressure. Mint. It's mint. No bullshit.
On May the 9th, 2022, Thug's life would come crashing down. That afternoon, his lavish mansion in the Buckhead district of Atlanta would be raided by the Atlanta PD. And soon after, social media news pages would shock the world with numerous posts and compilations of clips from the ongoing raid. The videos would show that Atlanta PD spared no expense, and either as a precaution or more likely to send a message, the operation included an army of police, armored vehicles, and even police helicopters. The video would also show Thug being walked down the street to a police vehicle with his hands tied behind his back with what looked like zip ties. As young Thug was arrested, his phone would be seized and the police would begin a comprehensive search of his estate, a search that would later lead to additional charges for drugs and guns found in the home.
Young Thug is scheduled to appear in court today in Georgia on gang-related charges. The rapper, whose real name is Jeffrey Lamar Williams, was one of 28 people named in an indictment in that state. He's charged with conspiracy to violate the state's RICO Act and participation in criminal street gang activity.
As a sign of the current times, it would be the social media pages that would be providing the most up-to-date.
I'm from Virginia. Yeah, I'm from Virginia. Shout out to India, though.
Information about these developing events, as journalists like Atlanta-based George Chidi from The Guardian would confirm already that same night that Thug was being held at the Fulton County Jail on narcotics and gang charges, as well as stating that this appeared to be the beginning of a state RICO case against the street gang that had already been alluded to by the Fulton DA Fannie Willis the previous month. Soon, the news about Thug's arrest would also reach the subreddit Atlantaology that focuses on the city's rap and gang scenes, with one of the first comments on the news being how somebody on Reddit had actually predicted that this arrest would happen, while the original poster would reply how it had only been a matter of time after Christian Eppinger, aka Big Briss, had almost killed a police officer a few months earlier. Indeed, the journalist George Chidi would explain to DJ Vlad how he believed that it was Eppinger's actions that actually triggered the arrests of YSL members, including Thug.
Eppinger's arrest, I think, was what set off the rest of this. I think the district attorney says that they were looking at things before then, and they were, but they...
You said, am I watching the news? Trap Lord Ross? It's Trap Lord Ross. It's something like that. You said get the stream. Entertain us? Nigga, I'm not no class clown. Nigga, I know you got a class clown in school. I mean, I'm not one of them. No bullshit. I just hop on this bitch and chill. No bullshit. I mean, I don't do that. I get money, nigga. I don't gotta do viral shit to get money. That be these other YouTubers. Them niggas be broke. On my soul. On my soul. I'm not doing that shit.
They weren't getting ready to act.
Soul.
Like, Eppinger's arrest set off the chain that ultimately ended up with Young Thug being arrested.
Another Reddit user would comment in surprise that law enforcement now hitting rappers and their crews with RICO charges, wondering who would be next, with the first reply rather correctly predicting that it would indeed be Lil Durk's OTF crew. But still, on the 9th of 9th, local TV reporter Michael Seiden would tweet the first official source of the breaking news, confirming that rappers Young Thug and Gunna were among 28 defendants charged in a 56-count indictment in Fulton County. He would also add that the indictment included charges of conspiring to violate the RICO Act, murder, armed robbery, and participation in criminal street gang gang activity. The DA's office would remain tight-lipped about the indictment, ignoring all media inquiries, the implication perhaps being that they plan to remain silent until they had caught as many of the 28 defendants charged in the indictment as possible. Then, another update was posted from the WSB-TV reporter, confirming that Young Thug had indeed been booked on charges of conspiracy to violate the RICO Act and participation in criminal street gang activity. Alongside the final piece of evidence of his arrest, a mugshot would appear of the King Slime himself. With Young Thug being confirmed to be behind bars, there were also questions about Gunna. As of 10 p.m. that night, Gunna had yet to be booked into jail, but he would eventually turn himself in a few days later on the early hours of May the 11th. Years later, Thug and Gunna's closest associate, Lil Baby, would recall on Lil Yachty's Safe Place podcast how he had actually visited Thug at his Buckhead mansion on the very day the arrest went down, feeling that he had barely avoided getting mixed up in the case himself.
Could have been with him.
Yeah.
I was at his house the same day. Thank God I just happened to be there 2 hours early.
That's crazy.
That don't fuck your head up more than anything. Like, damn, I gotta see bro go through it. Like, damn, this shit really could have been me.
The full indictment would eventually become available online for the whole world to see, showing a very long list of names and nicknames of the 28 defendants, these being Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, aka Slime, Sergio Kitchens, aka Gunna, Diamante Kendrick, aka Yak Gotti, Khalif Adams, aka Bobby Hunt, Martinez Arnold, aka Lil Duke, Durante BB.
No, don't smoke no weed. You feel me? Don't do drugs. You said disobey. I could call my mom right now. My mom is proud of me. I'll call my mama right now. Nigga, what you mean, this? The fuck, nigga? Do your research, nigga. He said, Rod is leading us down a devilish path. Bro, how, bro? I got a Jesus piece on, man. I got a Jesus piece. Nigga, I really got two. Nigga, how am I leading you to motherfucking... Like, what, nigga? Nigga. Nigga, I got a Bible. I got a Bible and two Jesus pieces on. How the hell am I motherfucking... Like, y'all be saying anything. Like, y'all really hop on this internet saying anything. Lord says, forget all things material and put them on, and you put them. This not even golden. Bro, you were saying anything, bro. These are beads. Like, what are you talking about, bruh? You just want me to be a bad person. Y'all just want me to be a bad person. Y'all don't want me to grow. Good morning, Daniel. Shout out my nigga Daniel. Damn, Daniel. Back at it again with the white vans. That was weak. I'm gonna be a great dad. I ain't gonna lie. That was a great dad joke. You feel me? You only get it if you like, old. Hey, let's go,
AKA B, Nikhil Garlington, AKA D, or Scarface,
You
Demond
said
Raylock.
weed banned in India? That's good, bro. Weed make you lazy, gang. You feel me? If I didn't work so hard, you feel me? I probably won't be shit. Weed make niggas lazy, I ain't gonna lie. I know a whole lot of niggas that can't keep a job. They can get a job, but they can't keep a job. It's because that weed. It's that weed. Some niggas just lazy, too. That shit happens, too. You feel me? Because some niggas be sober and still be broke. So, like, you feel me? Broke come in all shapes and sizes and forms, nigga. I ain't gonna lie. It ain't just the weed. Nigga, you feel me? It just be these niggas.
aka Barley, Travaris Bradford, aka Tudor, Justin Cobb, aka Dewop, Cordarius Dorsey, aka Polo, GC, Christian Eppinger, aka Briss, Miles Farley, aka Slatto or Lil Miles, Javon Fleetwood, aka Fortray or Psycho, Quantavius Greer, aka Unfunk, Marquavius Hui, aka Qua, Winnie Lee, aka Slime Life Shorty, Demise McCullen, aka Nard, Jaquarius Mender, aka Stunner, Walter Murphy, aka DK, Jaden Merrick, aka Setrip or J-Man, Cormavius Nichols, Rodalius Ryan, aka Lil Rod, Antonio Sledge, aka Monk Trunk, Trontavius Stevens, aka Tick or Slug, Shannon Stillwell, aka Shannon Jackson or SB, Antonio Sumlin, aka Obama, and Jimmy Winfrey, aka Pee Wee Roscoe. The indictment would also include an even longer list of charges, with altogether 56 counts. This indictment painted a picture of YSL as a highly dangerous criminal enterprise, whose members had been since 2013, at least, been committing crimes like pointing guns towards police officers, conspiring to commit murders, allegations of trafficking numerous different illegal substances, numerous attempted murders, and worst of all, several allegations of actual murders, the most famous one, of course, being the murder of Darvin Thomas, aka Big Nut, while one of the most harrowing being the murder of a 15-year-old boy by YSL associates who themselves were as young as 15 and 17, that being Rodalius Ryan, Lil Rod, and Damon Blaylock, aka Barley. YSL, or Young Slime Life, had long been described by law enforcement as a criminal street gang, masquerading as a record label under the name Young Stoner Life. These accusations placed Young Thug at the center of a complex web of criminal activities, with authorities aiming to portray YSL, the criminal enterprise, as being under his leadership, with Thug himself facing multiple charges.
I'm influencing you to get a real job. I think you are leading me down a devilish path with this pot. Yeah, nigga, get a job, man. You can't beat a job, nigga. Yeah. Hold on. I mean, now you can. I'm not finna sit right here and get crazy. You can, but if you broke, you can't beat no job, nigga. You need a starter point. Nigga, you gotta start somewhere. On my mama, nigga. So yeah, that's good that I'm influencing you to get a job. But don't do weed though. You feel me? That shit just it just make being bored better. I'm not gonna lie. No bullshit. Like, it just make being bored better. I'm gonna be real with you. Bob Marley or Wiz Khalifa? Bob Marley, I guess. I don't listen to no Wiz Khalifa. No bullshit. But Bob Marley influenced, like, I Am Legend. Will Smith was listening to Bob Marley and I Am Legend, and that's one of my favorite movies. So that's gonna affect me. So I'm gonna say Bob Marley. No bullshit. If you know I Am Legend, that's a great ass movie. That shit great as hell. Great ass movie. On my mama. I watched that shit when I was there. I was like, shit, nigga, I was born in 2000, so like 2011, 2012. Nigga, I was like 11, 12. That shit was great. I ain't even gonna lie. Hancock too. Hancock too. Will Smith slayed them bitches. I ain't gonna lie.
Including theft by receiving stolen property,
Like,
or specifically, two
Hancock,
stolen firearms from 2013
top
to
tier.
2017,
Top
as well
tier.
as being charged with making terroristic threats by threatening to shoot a security guard who was trying to get him to leave a shopping mall in 2015. Thug and Gunner were also charged with the possession of several illegal substances with an intent to distribute, including methamphetamine, hydrocodone, and marijuana, which stemmed from the 2017 arrest when their car was pulled over due to illegally tinted front windows. Police would initiate a search of the vehicle, finding guns and a large amount of cash, along with a plethora of drugs, including methamphetamine, hydrocodone, marijuana, amphetamine, alprazolam, aka Xanax, and of course, good old-fashioned codeine. This impressive list perhaps indicating that these rappers had begun a new hobby of speedballing in their spare time. But of course, the indictment would allege that Young Thug had been committing all of these acts while participating in criminal street gang activity. But the most consequential of
I'm streaming. I'm not watching the news, bro. What are you talking about, bro? I'm streaming. Nigga, I'm streaming. I'm not watching the news, bro. I'm freaking streaming, bro. I'm just double streaming. No bullshit.
The accusations against Thug would undoubtedly be the claim that he had actually rented the car that was used in the murder of Donovan Thomas, aka Big Nut. Additionally, the great majority of accusations against Thug in the indictment would include much more trivial sounding acts, much of these surrounding his use of social media and the lyrics of his songs.
You saying you need advice? Bro, I can't give you no advice on. Alright, what you need advice on? It depends on what you need advice on. I mean, I ain't gonna count myself out yet. What you need? What you need advice on? Like,
which the prosecutors saw to be in furtherance of the conspiracy of YSL's criminal gang. But most of these appeared rather random, given that any fan of Thug could have likely easily pointed out dozens of similar examples over the years of Thug repping YSL or Six Money Murder in his music or on social media. However, there would be some highly interesting tidbits of information mixed in with these random lyrics and social media posts, such as Thug's exchange with the alleged leader of the Six Money Murder Bloods, Kyle Uri, who had been behind bars since a gruesome 2003 murder of a young aspiring rapper named Robert Daughtry. According to the indictment, only a few weeks after the murder of Big Nut, young Thug and Uri would have a conversation where one of them, likely Uri, would tell Thug how sacrifices had to be made and people had to die in order for the battle to be won, and that anyone who failed to fall in line with the 5 leaders of Six Money Murder in Georgia would have to be dealt with. As Thug was now sitting in the Fulton County Jail, it didn't take long for his very expensive legal team to get to work, and only hours after Thug had been booked in jail, a pretty tired-looking Brian Steele would make his first statement to a local TV station, refuting the allegations and proclaiming young Thug's innocence and promising to fight to his last drop of blood to clear Thug's name.
I'll tell you the response to any allegation is Mr. Williams committed no crime whatsoever, and we will fight to my last drop of blood to clear him.
The next day, Fulton County DA Fannie Willis, along with Sheriff Patrick Labbott and Atlanta Police Chief Rodney Bryant, would announce a press conference to discuss the indictment against YSL, during which Willis would give a fiery speech against any gangs operating in Atlanta.
Today, I'm joined by the Atlanta Police Chief, Chief Rodney Bryant, as well as my sheriff and our sheriff, Sheriff Patrick Labbott. We are here today about a grand jury indictment that was returned that
you lost your trap money gambling. Now I can't even trap. My mama just screams to get a job, bro. She wants me to go slave at Olive Garden. Bruh, don't look at it as slaving. You said, what are you going to roll? This is a Bluntville. What kind of Rollo this is? It's some weed, though. That 800 was for my re-up. Now I can't even trap anymore. I need a job, I think. I just lost 800 gambling. I got 0 now. How do I come back? First of all, you can't look at working at Olive Garden as slaving. Like, you feel me? It's a job, nigga. You not fucking slaving, nigga. That is, nigga, that's disrespectful. Like, that's disrespectful to my ancestors. No bullshit. Like, your ancestors, if you black, nigga, first of all. We gonna start there. Let's start there, nigga. Let's start there. Motherfucking, next, that's how I honestly look at it, though. What do I do? But you're not looking at it the right way. You're not slaving. Slaving is working for no money. So, like, already your mind and thinking going into it is wrong. And bro, if you don't want to work at Olive Garden, you're talking to somebody on the last leg of life. Nigga, you're not on the last leg of life, nigga. Stop lying, nigga. Alright, bro. This is what I'll do. If I was broke, I ain't had no car right now. I'll get one of these jobs that's in walking distance. Some fast food shit. You feel me? And then I save up enough money to get a car so I don't gotta work at that fast food spot. Boom. You save up that money. Start working at Amazon or something. You're going to get paid more money. Like 20 an hour. That's what I was getting. You feel me? 20 an hour. You get 20 an hour. Get you a better car. More reliable car. Save up your money. 60-hour weeks. 60-hour weeks. You're making 20 an hour. I think that's like 40,000 a year. So you bring it home like 30. But you put in 50, 60 hour weeks like I was doing. You're gonna bring home like 40, 50, save like 10, start a business. Like, or like do something that's gonna like, you wanna use your job money to fund your business, to fund your real life, to fund what you wanna do. What do you want to do in life, nigga? That's what I did. I used my motherfucking job to motherfucking fund what I want to do in life. Like, no bullshit. Use your job to fund your business, whatever you want to do in life. That's how you escape the race. No millionaire is made off a job. You become a millionaire off of selling businesses. You build up a business to where it's worth so much money in the company. Then you sell it for millions of dollars. Like, that's what you do. Like Ring. Like the Ring doorbells. They built that shit up. And then they sold it for millions. They ain't run up no million off no jobs. So that's what you gotta do. You gotta use your job money to fund your business. You say you want to trap? What do Amazon workers do? Work, nigga. What you mean they work? But it's hoes in that bitch though. That's the thing about Amazon. It's hoes in that bitch, gang. No bullshit. And then, like, you feel me? Hopefully, I went into Amazon, you feel me? I found me a cool ass nigga. I ain't had no car. I had a moped, bro. I had a moped. I got a Benz now. Like, no bullshit. This shit real. Bruh. Cuz. You gonna find somebody in that bitch that's your age that got the same drive that you got. He motivated me. I swear to God, cuz he motivated me. When I used to go to work, I'm picking up overtime and shit. I used to see bro in that bitch. He the same age as me. I ain't gonna lie, bro motivated me. It's like, that's America though. Like, it's just this. I'm that competitive. Like, if I see somebody in that bitch working, I see them working harder than me, I take that as like, bro, no, I need to step up, especially somebody my age. And then, I mean, that shit just evolved after that. Then I got blessed by God, and He retired me. You feel me? But my job didn't retire me. But you feel me? I was working my job till I got enough money to, retire. Use your job to fund what you want to do. That shit real. I got problems in my community. I can't just work anywhere, bro. I live in Memphis, a dangerous area. Bro, if you live in the dangerous area and you don't want to work a job, hold on. If you live in the dangerous area and you scared to work your job because your face, you got a scary face card, like, not a scary face card, but a whole lot of people in the city know your face, like you got a face card, wear a mask at work. Nigga, wear a shiesty at work. Y'all niggas wear a shiesty to do everything else. Like, no bullshit. Rob a motherfucker, walk to the store, post on the block. Nigga, wear a shiesty at work, nigga. The fuck, nigga? Bruh, nigga, it's a way to get around everything, nigga. Wear a shiesty at work. Bro, wear a shiesty at work, nigga. You feel me? I just got too much hair. That's why I couldn't do it. But you feel me? I don't care about a nigga seeing my face at work. You feel me? No bullshit. I really ain't care, bro. You feel me? That shit is embarrassing, cause you feel me. But it is what it is. Like, it's everybody else is doing it. You doing something that everybody else is doing. Like, you feel me? I ain't gonna say everybody else, but majority of everybody else is doing. Nigga, if you getting money, it's not a lot of motherfuckers like me that just motherfuckers just getting like, no bullshit, don't got no job and getting money. Like, no bullshit. It's not a lot of motherfuckers like this. So like, nigga, you doing what everybody else is doing, nigga. It's cool to have a job. Niggas can't belittle a job. I mean, niggas can. No bullshit, cause I do it all the time, but like, nigga, you doing what everybody else is doing. It ain't like you in school and you the unpopular kid, like this nigga ugly or some shit. Nigga at work, nigga, it's a whole like all y'all niggas just the same. No nigga could really say, nigga, I'm doing better than you. Nigga, you still working at the same place I'm working. How is you better than me? Like, no bullshit. Like, nigga, you still standing for $20 an hour, nigga. All y'all on the same playing field. Ain't no way niggas should be in that bitch No bullshit. Like niggas be broke for real. No bullshit. I see 3D. That's why a nigga can't. Little boy or broke me, nigga. I'll tear through a nigga life quickly. No bullshit. Cause niggas don't be niggas don't be that on my mama. Niggas don't be that.
Just Jeffrey Williams, which is
I'll tear
some
through a nigga shit
notoriety
quickly.
and
Like
media
no
attention,
bullshit.
but
The shit I be saying, just take it and use it against them. A lot of these niggas cars they be paying the car note on. And most of their cribs they be renting. Ain't no nigga that's working in no fast food restaurant with you or working at Amazon. Some of them, the old ass niggas got houses and shit, but the niggas your age, what can they really say to you, bro? All us in the same spot. We working at the same place. Nigga. Even if they got a car, cuz, like, bro, niggas ain't pulling up to Amazon in no Hellcat. You feel me? Everybody there, y'all really in the same spot in life. Like nobody is really the fuck. Ain't nobody really. These niggas ain't the rappers in the city. You ain't going to work and saying the rappers in the city. You ain't saying the most latest people in the city. You saying normal motherfuckers just like you that didn't graduate high school, that wanted to be a basketball player, a football player, and they had to think. Ooh, nah. Think on the fast. That's what everybody had to do after high school. Think on the quick. What I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna pivot to, what I'm gonna have to be. That's all I did, nigga. No bullshit. Niggas just gonna have to think quick on your feet. No bullshit. Don't get left behind, bro. No bullshit, bro. Like, you missing money. No bullshit. You don't want to leave no money on the table, bro. That shit real. No bullshit.
about 28 defendants that operated within
No
our community
bullshit.
between the time period of 2012 and
Time is money.
2022. It
No
is our
bullshit.
allegation.
Cause this streaming shit really takes time. A nigga think they gonna hop on this bitch and be motherfucking speed overnight. Nah, nigga, that ain't how this shit work. No bullshit. You gotta literally put in 10 to 14 hours of your time every day to grind to this shit. Like, no bullshit. So you gonna have to, if you want to be something for real, like something like this shit take time. And even a business, starting your own business and running that bitch. Nigga, you gonna be working harder for your business than you even working for your job. So, nigga, you gonna have to find a way to free up value. You gonna have to buy some time, literally. Time is money. Like, you gonna have to buy you some time to be what you want to be. Like, that shit real. This life shit real. No bullshit. You gonna have to buy some time, nigga.
And
No
commits to do
bullshit.
havoc in our community. That havoc includes crimes of violence, crimes of thefts, crimes involving drugs. I've made no secret about it, nor any apology that as the district attorney of Fulton County, my number one focus is targeting gangs. It does not matter what your notoriety is, what your fame is. If you come to Fulton County, Georgia, and you commit crimes, and certainly if those crimes are in furtherance of a street gang, that you...
You say you don't think you could ever work a normal job. Bro, you tripping, nigga. Do you want to be broke? Nigga, is you listening? What you mean you can never work a normal job, nigga? Do you want to be broke? Like, is you broke, nigga? I don't even know you, bro. Nigga, is you broke? I don't even know that nigga. Fuck you talking about so you don't want to work a normal job, nigga? These niggas tweaking. This nigga fucking tweaking. Bro, this nigga tweaking, bro. Hold on. I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's how this bitch. We going shirtless ride. I'm skinny, bro. Y'all should not feel offended, nigga. I am skinny. Nigga, y'all act like I'm hopping on this bitch with 6 packs or something. Nigga, I got a bird chest. No bullshit. If you can't take a skinny nigga with no shirt, your ass can't take shit. Nigga, your ass a hoe. Like, alright, what time is it? Nigga, it's early in the morning, nigga. I got up 5 a.m. and hopped on this bitch. I'm already 4 hours in. It's 8 a.m. Nigga, I'm back for real, nigga. I'm back for real, nigga. We back on the everyday grind, nigga, consistently. Every day, nigga. You know what I mean? But, let's get back to this shit, bro. Bro, you need a job, bro. Please, bro. Like, nigga, you don't want to leave no money on the table. Like, nigga, it don't seem like a lot of money, but nigga, if you stack 10,000 a year, this what I was thinking at 20. At like 20, 21, 22. You feel me? I'm thinking like, bro, if I stack 10 bands a year, I could be a 6-figure nigga by 30. You feel me? Whole time I could have did way better than that. You could do way better than that. Like, no bullshit, really, bro. But I was fucking off. Like, I was spinning cheese and you feel me? I was doing a whole lot of shit. But this was all I was thinking at work. I'm like, bro, I was keeping that shit in my mind. If 100,000 is obtainable with a job, nigga, $250,000, that was by 30. That mean I was thinking like, really, bro, if I just keep Amazon, nigga, a regular ass job that anybody can get, nigga, I can run up at least $250,000. If I buy a house, I'm already a $500,000 nigga. Cause if you buy a house, you don't gotta put down whole on that bitch. You could put down like, well, I think they said like 12%. That one my financial advisor just told me, he was like, I could put like 12% on that bitch, something like that. You put that on the house, bro. You pay your house off over after 30 years. Your house gonna be worth. You getting a nigga. Every house is at least $250,000. You not even getting $250,000 house now these days. Your house gonna be like 350, 400,000. Nigga, all you gotta do is just get a job and get a house and pay off your house, nigga. By the time you die, you at least gonna be a half a $1,000,000 nigga. You might not be $1 million nigga, but nigga, at least I'm a $500,000 nigga just going to work every day, getting a house, paying your house off, and dying. You feel me? At least you leaving your kids something, like no bullshit. A lot of motherfuckers ain't getting left nothing. No bullshit. Oh, motherfucking soul. You said here at 7 p.m.? Where you at again, gang? No bullshit. So, it's pros and cons to having a job. You just got to do that shit right. Don't get stuck in the motherfucking rat race of renting some shit. You feel me? And getting stuck in that shit. Because that shit is, you kicking out bread every month. You throwing that shit in the trash can. You burning that shit. Like, no bullshit. You never getting that rent again. No bullshit. If it's that bad, bro, just go back to your people shit. And stack every paycheck. Like, no bullshit. Like, niggas need to suck up their pride. No bullshit. That's really what it be out here. Suck that shit up. Get a job, nigga.
A target and a focus
I don't
of
even
this
want to
district
be that.
attorney's office.
Cause niggas be on here doing this to me.
You to the fullest extent of
Like, I don't got it.
Fannie Willis will close the press conference
Like, I don't even got it.
about the
Like, what the
impact
fuck?
of the murder of Donovan Nut
That shit
Thomas,
be
saying
crazy.
how his murder led to an unprecedented wave of violence in the streets of Atlanta and how Nut deserved justice, just like any other member of society.
I was a prosecutor, as you know, for 16 years, 4 months, and 4 days in this office. The murder of Donovan Thomas in 2015 created violence like Atlanta has never seen. It was a goal of my predecessor and any person or prosecutor in this office to make sure that that family received justice. Because everyone is entitled to justice. Was a commitment I made from the first day I walked into this office. Very shortly after me becoming the DA, I sat down with Mr. Thomas's mother and I made her a promise that her son was as valuable as any other person within our community and that I would put resources on this case and that I would do everything I could to make sure that her son had justice. And yesterday was a proud day for me.
The press conference sent a clear picture. The DA had declared war on the gangs of Atlanta a while back, and now YSL was the biggest fish they had caught thus far. The next day, on May the 11th, Thug's problems would only get worse, as he would be hit with 7 new charges, all stemming from when the police raided his home, where they found numerous guns and drugs.
New accusations against rapper Young Thug stemming from a raid at his Buckhead home. Now he's charged with additional drug offenses, gang activity, and possession of weapons. He's facing 2 separate criminal cases, 2 charges from the RICO case, and 7 charges in the latest legal action.
That same day, Young Thug's father would actually make an appearance on local TV news, stating that his son was being unfairly linked to the crimes, and that he was promising to fight for his son, adding that YSL was simply a legitimate business and record label.
I think my son has been unfairly linked to a lot of things. But, it's up to us to prove. I'm going to fight for him to the end. I'm his father.
What is YSL?
It's a business. It's a record label.
On May the 13th, local news would provide more information about law enforcement's investigation into YSL, confirming that arrests were still being made, with DA Fannie Willis expecting to have every defendant behind bars within the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, we can tell you that DA Willis says at this hour, arrests are still being made. She says it could be up to 2 weeks before everybody is in custody.
Ultimately, the music had finally stopped for YSL, and they were now facing one of the most serious trials in Georgia state history. But over the next few years, the case would unfold in weird and unexpected ways. And despite the prosecution seemingly having an airtight case, they didn't count on some of the ingenious moves and finesses that Young Thug and his attorneys had up their sleeves. If you're enjoying the video and want to support the channel more, head on over to traplaw.com and grab some of this.
Hold on. I said some shit like, it's cool to have a job. No, it's not cool to have a job. But it's cool to everybody at your job. Nigga, y'all be in y'all own, like, stuck in y'all own sense of reality of what life is going to be. Life is going to be this. Life is going to be working every day. Like, yo, grandma maybe. Like, some people just wired that way. They think like, damn, this is just what life gonna be. They happy being a normal NPC person. A non-playable character. Like, they just happy being it. You just gonna have to get in your NPC mode. That's what I used to do at work too. Get on my no, I didn't. I'm lying like a bitch, bro. Cause I stand out too much. But like I did sometimes. Like when I'm working, I did. You feel me? You just gotta get in like that NPC mode. Like, no bullshit. Then one day you gonna wake up, and you gonna be out that bitch like me. Like, I swear to God, that's how it's gonna be. One day you gonna wake up and you gonna be out that bitch, bro. But you gotta stack. That shit ain't gonna just fall out the sky and smack you like you did me. Like, no, you gotta really stack. Like, you gotta stack your way out that shit. I was stacking, but you feel me? I ain't get to finish my whole plan. You feel me? My plan was to be in that bitch till 30. On my mama. No bullshit. I swear to God. Bro, please, bro. Like, I swear to God, bro. That shit ain't that bad. You just gonna have to get into, like, that NPC mode. That's how it used to be at work. Like, you just get into that mode, like, no bullshit. And then it's hoes at work, bro. I swear to God, you gonna get to work, bro. It's hoes, especially Amazon, gang. That's why I'm telling you so much Amazon or some shit like that. Some warehouse shit. Bro, it be hoes at work, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna lie, gang. I'm gonna be real. Gang. It is hoes at work. On my mama.
This spectacular merch.
And they work. So, like, they got some chicken. They got a paycheck. I ain't gonna say they got some chicken, because some of them hoes be broke. They be living, a lot of them people be living paycheck to paycheck. That's what I'm saying. Don't be one of them people living paycheck to paycheck, bro. That's how you get stuck in that shit. Then you gonna end up renting the crib. Then you gonna end up getting a car note. Then you gonna hop on this bitch like this nigga that be hopping in my stream, popping shit. Like, nigga, you renting the crib and you paying a car note. I cashed out on my Benz. You not flexing on me with no fucking, you can't flex on nobody renting and paying the car note. Nigga, you lose your job, that shit is gone. Like, you can't be doing that shit to motherfuckers. Niggas be thinking they be that before they be that. Nah, nigga, you not that yet, bro. No bullshit. You don't even own shit. You don't own that shit, bro. No bullshit. That shit be blowing me on this motherfucker.
Once the dust settled on Young
Niggas
Thug's
be thinking they
dramatic
be that
arrest,
before they be
authorities
that.
would begin the legwork on building
Y'all
the
niggas be
legal
too
case,
early.
and this RICO case against YSL would end up being one of the biggest and most complicated prosecutions
like a
in
young
Georgia
nigga.
history. The case was brought by infamous Fulton County District Attorney Fannie T. Willis, raised by a single father who was a former LA black.
You say it be the lifestyle niggas trying to live before they time? Bro, I'm telling you, guys, like, no bullshit. I'm telling you, like, bro, niggas be rushing the process. Don't rush the process. No bullshit. Even though that shit is good, because, like, having more shit, more responsibilities and shit do make you make more money and shit. Like, having people always, nigga, Rod, cash out me some money. Like, you feel me? That shit make you feel me? So, like, more responsibilities do make you harder, but, like, Nigga, you don't want too many bills, nigga, before you motherfucking 25, bro, to the point you can't do shit. Niggas we young. Niggas gonna want to fuck up some cheese. Niggas gonna want to go do some shit. You feel me? Niggas don't want to feel like I do this shit, now I'm back to square zero, nigga. You back to stacking again, nigga. Niggas gonna get stuck in that process. Nigga, and that shit, you feel me? It's gonna be a revolving door. Like, no bullshit, that should be real. That should be real. You gonna wake up like, damn, what the fuck? You gonna wake up and like, bro, tell you.
Black Panther turned defense attorney, he groomed her for a profession in law from the age of 9, taking her to the courtroom and instilling the importance of justice in her. Graduating from Howard University in 1992, Fannie Willis came to Georgia to attend Emory University School of Law, graduating in 1996, making full-time county her home.
No bullshit. This is the best time. When you down this shit, this is the process, bro. Once you come up, nigga, this shit is really boring as a bitch. I ain't gonna lie, it ain't boring, bro, because you feel me. Of course, you doing whatever you want to do and shit. Like, you feel me. You could wake up every morning, you could do whatever you fuck you want. You could be a streamer if you want to. But, motherfucking, the process is like, you feel me. You want that. You feel me? Like, you feel me? Like, that process, you feel me? You gonna remember that. Then that's what's going to make your friends. That's what's going to make the people around you. The process, the struggle you had to go through when you was broke. You feel me? Then you know, if that shit just come out of nowhere, you ain't gonna know. You gonna be in the money, just in the money. You want to already have money before you get money, so you already know how your circle gonna react to shit. Like, no bullshit. You want to have money before you already have money. And then, you don't want niggas to be like, bro, this nigga got money and change. That's what it was at my job too. I ain't want niggas to like, bro, this nigga gonna get money and change. Like, nah, nigga, I been having money, nigga. This shit, like, no bullshit, nigga. I been doing this shit. I been having money, nigga. This shit ain't just pop out of nowhere, nigga. This shit, you feel me? So that's what a job do too. Like, nigga, you ain't just, nigga, you been doing this shit. Like, no bullshit. Nigga can't say this shit came out of nowhere. You worked for this shit. Like, no bullshit. You put in the hours for this shit. Nigga ain't come give you this shit. Like, no bullshit.
Trial lawyer, she's led over one.
You sound motivating the YNs. No bullshit, bro. No bullshit. Get you a motherfucking micro. No bullshit. Get you a micro, nigga. You gonna be the king of the YNs on some shiesty shit.
Hundreds of murder cases with over 19 years of experience. Her first government job was as a solicitor, prosecuting misdemeanors and city ordinance violations, eventually leveling up to getting hired by the district attorney's office. However, it was in the early 2010s, when she was working as the assistant district attorney, that Fannie Willis would really make a name for herself, as she would serve as the lead prosecutor on an infamous case where the state of Georgia indicted 35 Atlanta educators on RICO charges, accusing them of giving answers to students and changing the test scores after they were turned in, as well as threatening teachers who had tried to report the cheating scheme, essentially painting these teachers and superintendents like mob bosses. However, despite the time and money spent on the case, the success of the prosecution against this dangerous gang of classroom gangsters catapulted Fannie Willis to legal stardom, creating an alluring precedent of delivering complicated and long RICO-style indictments to unconventional targets, and gaining monumental levels of clout off the back of the high-profile trials that followed.
Oh, no bullshit. This is another thing, bro. This is the biggest key to what I be saying, bro. This is like, I know what, I ain't gonna say this is the biggest key. This is one of the keys, bro. When I was young, I'm still young. I'm only 24. But I'm talking about when you younger. Y'all younger than me. So, bro, I'm gonna tell y'all something when y'all get a job, cause it's like so many things y'all want. Of course, y'all gonna want a micro Drake or ARP or Glock. You gonna want the new PS5. You gonna want to go crazy on VC and shit. Cause I know how it is to have a kid to not have shit. So, like, nigga, I couldn't wait to get some money, nigga, to go crazy on VC on 2K, nigga. To go crazy on J's, to get every J's on release, nigga. Matter of fact, I'm ready to cop the flu games in like a couple hours. No bullshit, them bitches ready to come out. So I know how it is that when you first become 18, you get your first job, you start first touching money and shit. You gonna want everything. Nigga, change, nigga. You gonna want everything. Like, it's so much shit to get out this bitch. And then the hoes. Nigga, you gotta spend money on hoes. Once you become grown, nigga, you gotta take hoes on dates and shit. Bitches gonna start hitting you up to motherfucking cash out me some cheese. Nigga, like, no bullshit. That shit probably happen in y'all now. No bullshit, cause cash out wasn't alive when I was in middle school, high school. So bitches probably be asking y'all to cash out them money now. And then you still got your peoples. And then you a nigga like me, you the oldest of 4 too. So you got your brothers and sisters, you got your cousins, they birthdays, your aunties, you grown now. So when your mama birthday comes, she gonna want the birthday present. When Christmas comes, she gonna want the Christmas present. If you the oldest of 4 like me, you got 3 youngest of brothers and siblings, you feel me? They gonna want Christmas presents. They gonna want birthday presents. Yo, niggas and shit, they gonna start having kids. They gonna have baby showers and shit. Bro, these expenses that just popping out of nowhere. Y'all not calculating it too. Like, bro, nigga, your car, some shit might happen to your car. You gonna need gas for your car. Bruh, I just said guns, all them birthdays and shit. That's money throughout the year you giving up. Chains and shit, clothes and shit. Bro, cause just like 4, 5 different things you gonna want to get. Then you gonna want to get your car tinted. You gonna want to put modifications on your car. Nigga, you might want to start streaming like Rod. You gonna want you a MacBook. Like, bruh. Cause, nigga, you gonna want to buy a vape every motherfucking week. Bruh. Cause, you see how quickly them expenses and shit start building up? And if you got a hoe, nigga, that's a daily expense. No bullshit. I don't got no hoe, so you feel me? I be good on that daily expense shit, but like, a nigga that got a hoe, you gotta feed her every day, nigga. Like, no bullshit. You know what I mean? That's a whole nother expense. Then you got Valentine's Day. Like, it's a whole nother expense to having a girl. Cause all them expenses, cause you gonna have to pick something. Like, no bullshit. And cars. You gonna want a Scat Pack or some shit. You probably gonna want a sweet ass Scat Pack. You want a sweet ass car. You want the Benz. You want the BMW or some shit. Nigga, at the beginning stages, you gonna have to sacrifice something, bro. You gonna have to pick something, bro. You feel me? A nigga ain't gonna be, you feel me? Nigga, it's not a lot of niggas that got everything. You got the gun niggas, you got the motherfucking drip, you got the drip nigga in the friend group, but you rarely got a person that's all 3. And I'm talking about top notch with all 3, nigga. I'm talking about Montclair Coats, them bitches, a band. Nigga, he riding in the scat. Nigga, he got the rollie. Bro, cuz I'm talking about and everything matches up. And he got the house. He paid for a house. Like, bro. Nigga, to have everything, bro. A nigga not gonna have everything, bro. So what I'm saying, bro, y'all niggas gonna have to pick. Like, no bullshit. Once you become all adult, you gonna have to pick. No bullshit. You really gonna have to pick, nigga. It's gonna have to be no bullshit. It ain't gonna be all of them bitches. You ain't gonna be top notch with everything. You ain't gonna be able to have every gun, every motherfucking Cuban, every chain. Nigga, the watch game is a whole nother thing. Nigga, no bullshit. I've been looking up Cartiers, like, them bitches is 10 bands, 7 bands out the store, like, no bullshit. Like, all that shit to have a Cartier or a Rollie, nigga. Nigga, you standing, bro, it's gonna take you, what a job, nigga. It's gonna take you, like, 2-3 months to stack 10 bands. No, I ain't gonna say 2-3 months. It's gonna take you, like, 2 months, though. It's gonna take you, like, 2 months if you making a band a week. Taxes taking, like, so you're gonna be saying, like, 800. Bro, it's gonna take you, like, 2 months to stack 10 bands. Imagine you spend that on the motherfucking, I want a Cardi, I want a Rollie, or I want a Scat. Bro, cuz, like, I'm telling y'all, bro, just listen to what I'm saying, bro. You gonna have to pick something, bro. Like, you gonna have to pick. Like, no bullshit. You ain't gonna be able to, you know what I mean? Something gonna have to give. Like, no bullshit. I'm telling y'all that right now. Like, something gonna have to give, nigga. No bullshit.
From here on, her career would seemingly go from
Something
strength
gonna
to
have to
strength,
give.
both
You
within
gonna
the
have to
DA's
pick
office
something.
and in a private practice that she would start
No
in 2018 to
bullshit.
truly secure the bag. And she would later brag in
And
an Atlanta
weed.
Voice article
I
how
forgot all
she built
about
a
weed.
reputation working for the DA's office for 16
Weed.
years, 8 of those being in the homicide departments. With
Tattoos.
100 cases
Like,
under her
nigga.
belt, she claimed that she was in the top 10% of
Bruh.
lawyers. It's no surprise then that
Bruh.
Willis was beginning to set her eyes on bigger aspirations, initially running for a
And then you gotta keep a loaf of, on you. Just in case a nigga tell you to show me a band. Show me 5. Bruh. Cuz, I'm trying to tell y'all. You gonna have to pick.
The judge's bench
You're
at the
gonna have to
Fulton County Superior
pick.
Court in 2018, but losing
You ain't
then
gonna
in
have to
2019,
pick,
she would
gang.
successfully run to become the chief municipal
Oh
judge
my
for South
soul, you
Fulton
gonna have
before
to
stepping
pick,
down to
gang.
run for an
You
even
gonna have to
greater
pick.
position. On January the 1st, 2021, she made history becoming the first woman to be elected as the district attorney of Fulton County after she campaigned on a commitment to protect Fulton's neighborhoods and reduce crime. This was a cutthroat race that actually saw Willis going head-to-head with her former boss and winning. In a promotional video released at the end of 2021, Willis updated the Atlanta public on her plans as the DA, vowing to clear the backlog of cases and blaming the previous administration and the pandemic for the courts not getting the job done.
When we took office, we found a backlog of cases unprecedented in Fulton County's history because of the cases that were stalled by the pandemic of our courts and the prior mismanagement of this office by the former administration. We found 22,000 pending cases, half of which hadn't even yet been indicted. We also found in excess of 50,000 closed cases that were not properly entered into the public record. I have brought in
Yeah.
new,
You gotta
highly
stack. Yeah, no bullshit. You gotta stack, bruh. That's the only way out. Stack. And like you gonna have to, you gonna have to start some shit. You gonna have to find your way out that bitch. You can't rely on that bitch. Your 401k, nigga, that shit ain't gonna. That ain't what you want to live. That ain't gonna be no life you want to live. You want to get old and go on cruises and shit. I'm talking about like not once a year. I don't want to go on a vacation once a year. Nigga, you want to go on. When I'm old, I'm not old. Fuck old, bro. When I'm like 50, 60, bro, I want to be, like, and then your grandkids, bro, like, bro, cause I want to, I want to be that, like, nigga, I want to be top tier. I want to be what my granddad, my granny was for me, like, and that was, nigga, superhero, like, when I go away from my parents, nigga, you want to be able to go to your grandparents and, nigga, you go to the store, nigga, you can ask for anything, nigga, yeah, of course, nigga. Yeah, like, nigga, that's your grandma. That's your granddad, like, nigga. Bro, I'm telling y'all, nigga, like, bro, this shit real, like, niggas 3D with this shit, niggas,
experienced
telling
staff
you,
to serve our community.
telling you,
And we have
like,
been working around the clock to clear the backlog and make sure
I'm
we
telling
get
you.
dangerous defendants indicted and keep them off our streets. We are pushing cases through to trial or pleas to
stack that
get
shit.
justice for victims. And we have made real progress, but we still have more to do. In 2022, we are going to be continuing those efforts, and we are going to be working on programs for restorative justice and alternatives for Fulton County.
But funnily enough, in this role, it would seem that rather than prioritizing the historic cases that affected normal people, she would continue to breed a reputation for using the state's RICO Act to prosecute non-mobsters in cases that were designed to grab headlines. And her next move would make her one of the most infamous prosecutors in American history, dropping an explosive RICO indictment on then former President Donald Trump for alleged election interference in Georgia. The long-shot prosecution is still ongoing and has been complicated infinitely by Trump's dramatic 2024 election victory. But regardless of the outcome, the case was at least initially a huge success in raising Fani Willis's profile in the legal profession, as extensive coverage of the case and her role in it would circulate in media all over America. However, it seems that even the president wasn't a big enough fish for Fani Willis, and as she had firmly committed to cleaning up the streets of Atlanta that had been plagued by the rising violent crime rates fueled by gangs, the 2022 indictment of Young Thug and the YSL members would soon become the new biggest media moment of her career. Fani Willis would be a formidable opponent, but on the other side, Young Thug and his crew would seek the services of one superstar lawyer who might just be able to make magic happen. On the opposite side of the legal battle was Young Thug's defense lawyer Brian Steele. Steele had grew up in Queens, New York, and had initially contemplated a career on Wall Street until he visited the stock exchange trading floor and experienced the soulless, cutthroat environment firsthand, which convinced him to study law instead. He would first aim at a career as a tax attorney, but one case involving a 13-year-old kid charged as an adult for murder would change his mind.
No, it's not really dangerous. Yeah, no. I mean, everywhere is dangerous. Like, you got your hoods everywhere. You got your people you fuck with. You got your people you don't fuck with. Like, you know what I mean? Niggas know who to ask. Like, it's like a reputation you... Nigga, if you got a fucked up reputation, you build up a fucker... If you're a bitch. They just say you're a bitch. Niggas know you for being a bitch. I mean, nah. I ain't even gonna say, because you could be known as a bitch all throughout your life and get out of high school, nigga. You in the real world now. Like, that shit bigger than that. So niggas won't even... You could put on the whole dude. So I ain't even gonna say a bitch. Because niggas be changing that for something. But, like... if you in the hood, it's dangerous. If you're not in the hood, it's not dangerous. But like everywhere, you got to be on your P's and Q's. Like this is the South, so like the South, everybody can have guns. So like you could go somewhere and get your ass robbed. Like no bush, niggas got guns. So nigga, you can't. I feel safe in motherfucking like no I won't. Like I don't feel safe walking around nowhere with 100K in my hand, especially if I don't got no gun. So that's the good thing about the South. Like I can't come to the UK and pull out 100K. Nigga, I won't even feel safe walking around with this. I'm gonna be real. Just walking around with this bitch out anywhere, bruh. Niggas gonna start looking like, bruh. Like, nigga, that nigga got some chicken. And it ain't even that much money. Nigga, this is one. So, but that's how it be. Just walking around with fat ass. So, like, bruh, it could be dangerous where you go. Like, it just depends on how you move and shit. Like, no bullshit. It depends on, like, how you move and shit. Like, you know what I mean? You in the South, everybody got guns. So if I see you somewhere loafing and shit with some shit of money like this, I see your ass out loafing or some shit. Or nigga, you don't even gotta be some shit of money. You got a sweet ass car or some shit. Like young niggas, you feel me? If you a lick nigga, they gonna get your ass. Like I ain't gonna lie. If you a lick, young niggas gonna get you. If you niggas could see you lacking or some shit, niggas gonna try your ass or some shit. Like nigga. Even the homeless niggas gonna try to ask you for money or some shit if they see you got money. Like, they just come with the territory with everywhere you at. Like, no bullshit. Like, you just gotta be on your P's and Q's. No bullshit. Like, but everybody got guns, though. So, like that shit just... you gotta be on your shit in America. Like, that shit just how that shit is. Nigga got guns. No bullshit. You playing with your life. Like, no bullshit. How much you value your life. Like, no bullshit. Be on your shit. Look around, nigga. Niggas don't be looking around. Like, be on your shit, bro. Watch where you back your car in. Like, no bullshit. Like, just be on your shit, bro. No bullshit. I'm gonna tell you that about everywhere, for real, for real. Like, when I was broke, I couldn't wait to catch me a rapping nigga. On my soul, I couldn't wait to catch me a rapping nigga.
Afterwards, Steele moved to Georgia to become a public defender before eventually starting his own law firm and climbing the legal ladder to become one of the top defense
you can't
lawyers
even
in the
leave
state.
your car locked. Nigga, I used to run cars. Niggas know about running cars. You just go to every car, you just try the door handle, see if the car unlocked. Nigga, I used to do that. Nigga, I really used to run cars. Like, nigga, I'm not these other YouTubers. Like, this shit real. Like, nigga, you gotta be on your shit everywhere you go in the United States. Like, niggas run cars everywhere now. This shit is nationally known now everywhere. Niggas just gonna run your motherfucking car and niggas gonna try that bitch. So, like, you can't even leave your car unlocked. Like, don't do no dumb ass shit. Like, niggas gonna get your ass for everything. Don't leave, you know what I mean? For real, even if your car locked and they see you got money, you pull up in some sweet shit. Nigga, they broke the window on my Benz. On my soul, bro. Like, nigga, they broke the window out my Benz, bro. On God, they broke the window out that bitch. Nigga, I didn't even, you feel me? The car was locked and everything. Like, these niggas, you feel me? These niggas just see money and try to motherfucking do some wild ass shit to you. Like, these niggas. Like, you just gotta be on your shit everywhere. I ain't even gonna lie. Nigga literally broke my window out. Nigga. That shit crazy. Like, I'm still mad about that
Brian
shit.
Steele, he had been
Yeah, these young niggas is running cars. Bro, I swear to God, nigga, this shit real. No bullshit. And now they breaking windows out. Like, nigga, they will break your window out if they know you got pipes. They know you got pipes like I do. Nigga, we gotta get in that bitch. Nigga, that shit crazy. They broke my shit. Nigga, that shit cost me $200. I'm still mad about that $200, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. That could be a pair of J's. Nigga, on my mama.
been representing Young Thug for about a decade before the
That could be a
YSL RICO
Taurus.
dropped, and in
Fuck a pair
2018,
of
Thug can
J's.
even
That
be
could be a
heard mentioning
Taurus.
him in the song
I could shoot a
OK
nigga.
with Gunna and Lil Baby, bragging about Brian Steele being his lawyer, which showed that in Atlanta legal circles, Brian Steele has been a force to be reckoned with for some time. However, it was during the YSL RICO trial when Brian Steele would become known nationwide, as Thug's fans would come to love his genuine connection with the rapper and his captivating and explosive performances in the courtroom. If fame was what the prosecution were looking for, this is indeed what they would get, as the trial of Young Thug Thug and YSL was set to become one of the biggest and most high-profile trials in Georgia history, being live-streamed on numerous media platforms and racking up millions of views. The trial became a media circus that fans, haters, and regular people interested in true crime began following with great interest. But there was one person who likely felt even worse to have gotten wrapped up in this case, and that, of course, was Thug's label mate Gunna, who had barely even known Thug when many of the more serious crimes in the indictment had actually taken place. But nevertheless, after being wrapped up in the indictment, due to his close proximity to Thug, Gunna unfortunately had a tough decision to make, one that would ultimately end up destroying his reputation in the rap game for good. Sergio Kitchens, better known as Gunna, also faced RICO charges alongside Young Thug and the rest of the YSL gang. But unlike many in the indictment who were charged with some pretty serious crimes, Gunna was in fact charged with just one count, that being conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Gunna was then further mentioned as being part of 10 overt acts in furtherance of the overall gang conspiracy, the more serious ones being connected to the September 2017 traffic stop, when Gunna and Thug were found to be in possession of a stolen gun and a mixture of illegal party supplies, and a May 2018 traffic stop where Gunna and Thug's car had nothing illegal in it, but their alleged entourage in a separate car were found to be carrying weapons with high-capacity magazines. But besides these two traffic stop arrests, the overt acts would also include some very random music releases and social media posts, such as the music video for Lil Keed and Gunna's song Fox 5, where Gunna can be seen wearing the YSL pendant and rapping the incredibly generic line, "We got 10 100-round choppers." The music video for the song Take It to Trial by Thug, Yak Gotti, and Gunna, where Gunna raps some equally ambiguous bars about guns and goons. And the music video for the song Ski by Thug and Gunna, where Gunna mentions toting an FN gun, while his friends keep Glocks and that he's rolling with the Rollin' 60s. And as a cherry on top, the indictment would also include a photo of Gunna and Thug posted on social media, together with the caption, "Slapped Business, YSL4L." In all seriousness, the claims that these acts were somehow proof of Gunna's participation in the criminal street gang YSL seem sketchy at best, and much more likely, the prosecutors were simply thirsty at attaching him to the indictment due to his name and fame, and in order to possibly get him to cooperate and spill the beans on bigger fish like Thug. Unfortunately for Gunna, despite the state seemingly having rather poor evidence against him, his legal battle would get off to a poor start, as on May the 23rd, the judge would deny his bond about a week after his initial arrest.
Today in a Fulton County courtroom, a judge denied bond to many alleged members of the Young Slime Life street gang. This includes Sergio Kitchens, aka rapper Gunna. We are still waiting to hear.
I left my phone in my car. I gotta check. Oh, nothing, man. I found that bitch.
About a month later, Gunna would release a long statement on Twitter in which he would start by mentioning his hit song Pushing P and noting how 2022 had been one of the best years of his life, before recounting the difficult circumstances that he'd grown up in and how hard he'd worked to better his life and the lives of his family. He would also accuse the prosecution of painting a false picture of him and unfairly targeting black artists, while in the caption he would explain how he was being kept in lockdown 22 hours a day and in a cell with no windows. Unfortunately, that would do little to improve his circumstances, and in July, his bond was denied again, with the judge citing fears of Gunna being a threat to the community and possibly trying to intimidate a witness.
This morning, rapper Gunna remains in jail. Thursday, a Fulton County judge once again denied him bond. The judge says Gunna, whose legal name is Sergio Kitchens, is still a threat to the community and could try to intimidate witnesses. Gunna and rapper Young Thug, whose legal name is Jeffrey Williams, are both still pleading for release from jail while their cases play out in court. Their trial isn't until January of next year.
Clearly, the chances of Gunna getting bail were practically non-existent. So after around half a year of incarceration, it would seem like Gunna had finally had enough, and in a surprising turn of events, in December 2022, Gunna would accept a plea deal, resulting in his immediate release. Gunna would plead guilty to just one count of racketeering conspiracy in a move known as the Alford plea, which allowed him to maintain his innocence while accepting that a jury might convict him based on the evidence. While this decision allowed Gunna to avoid a lengthy trial, not to mention a possible prison sentence, it also triggered an immediate backlash within the hip-hop community, because while Gunna would put out a statement following his release where he denied any kind of snitching, a video would be leaked that showed Gunna repeatedly saying "yes ma'am" during the hearing for his plea deal in court, which many people took as a sign of cooperation with the authorities, as Gunna was essentially admitting to the court that YSL was indeed a criminal gang before Thug had a chance to clear his name at trial.
Sergio Kitchens' press statement suggests in the case of his Alford plea, he's, quote, maintaining my innocence toward the same charge, unquote. It says, while I've agreed to always be truthful, I want to make it perfectly clear that I have not made any statements, have not been interviewed, have not cooperated, have not agreed to testify or be a witness for or against any party in the case, and have absolutely no intention of being involved in the trial process in any way. In court, some startling statements.
Please state after each statement whether or not you agree or acknowledge that the statements are true, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I became affiliated with YSL entity. Is that true as it pertains to you, Mr. Kitchens?
Yes, ma'am.
YSL is a music label and a gang, and you have personal knowledge that members or associates of YSL have committed crimes in furtherance of the gang.
Yes, ma'am.
You were present when law enforcement officers stopped the vehicle in which you were present along with Jeffrey Williams, wherein hydrocodone, methamphetamines, and a firearm were recovered. These items did not belong to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you acknowledge the following statement? I recognize, accept, and deeply regret that my talent and music indirectly furthered YSL the gang to the detriment of my community. YSL as a gang must end. Is that your statement or acknowledgement?
Yes.
The situation became the subject of public debate, with Gunna finding himself being labelled a rat or a snitch by many people who believed that he had betrayed Thug and YSL. Gunna's lawyer, Steve Sado, who likely felt guilty for the backlash that Gunna was experiencing, would also comment on the matter, saying that Gunna did not snitch and pointing out that the police statement cannot be used in court against any of the other defendants, while also linking a Rolling Stone article where an unnamed source with knowledge of the case would explain that the plea agreement had been worded in such a way that wouldn't have allowed either the prosecution or the defense to call Gunna to testify at trial. But Gunna, on the other hand, would remain relatively quiet about the matter. But in January, he would announce his return to social media, whilst also saying that there's only one side and that he's still representing YSL, the music label, as well as saying Free Young Thug and Yak Gotti. After this, Gunna would stay relatively quiet again until June 2023, when he would release his first song after getting out, titled Bread and Butter. In the track, he addresses the snitching rumors head on, questioning why would he pay his lawyers millions of dollars if not to avoid testifying, and that he never gave a statement or agreed to take the stand, so he still stands on his actions. Bread and Butter was soon followed by a full-length album titled A Gift and a Curse, with the concept of the album seemingly exploring both the gift of his creativity and freedom that he had back after accepting the plea, but also the curse of getting those charges and the subsequent loss of respect in the rap game after being labelled as a snitch. The project was a huge success, debuting at number 3 on the Billboard 200 with 85,000 albums sold in the first week. The album was also well received outside of the US, charting in 15 countries. The project was critically acclaimed too, with publications like Rolling Stone giving it a glowing review, noting how Gunna had reminded everyone just why they loved his music with this project, and praising him for meticulously clapping back at those snitching allegations. Now, I personally really enjoyed the project, and it was one of my favourite releases of 2023, snitching or not. And it proved that at least musically, Gunna was here to stay, and the allegations certainly couldn't stop him at least making great solo music. However, only about a week after Gunna's album released, Young Thug would come out with his own album, titled Business is Business, with the release of the album just so happening to coincide with his jail call to Lil Durk getting leaked online, showing that Thug was feeling anything but love for his former protege.
Hey Dirk, I know I want you on, I'm dropping this surprise album on the same day Buddy dropped his album. That shit comes up soon. I need a verse from you. If you feel like replying, if you feel like you want to reply to it saying or something, man, don't do it. Let's drop it on my album. I'm dropping a surprise album on the same day. Sing your verse in, bro. I want you on Wham on the same song. Sing your verse in.
Surprisingly, an audio engineer who worked on the album would also reveal how some of the songs on the project had been recorded through the jail phone, which meant that the project was a mixture of pre-recorded songs and some new material.
It's weird, you could tell it's on the phone, but in the record, now that you've heard the vocals isolated and stuff, you can tell, but when it came out, people were like, yo, how's he talking about, how'd you guys do this in the past? I was like, nah, this was all on the phone.
And this also meant that some lyrics dissing snitches, like this one from the track titled Jonesboro, could well have been aimed at Gunna directly. The album's opening track, Parade on Cleveland, also includes a phone call between Young Thug and Drake, where Thug can be heard saying a cryptic message of how he's pushing Peter better than any Peter pusher around, which sounds a bit like another diss towards Gunna, whose last hit song with Thug had been the track Pushin' P. The title of the album, Business is Business, may also have been a low-key dig at Gunna, as this was also the name of his own classic 2018 song with Lil Baby. And the same could also be said about the cover art, which depicted Thug in the courtroom along with 8 other people, a likely reference to the fact that there were only 9 defendants left at this point due to their pleas and severances being taken. This, again, probably being a coded diss towards Gunna, who was no longer standing beside Thug against the state at this point. Like Gunna, Thug's album was also very successful, hitting number 2 on Billboard 200 with 89,000 units sold in the first week. In fact, beating out Gunna's project on both sales and the charting position. However, quality-wise, this wasn't a particularly engaging project, and it honestly felt a little bit rushed. The project was made up of mostly old recordings, and it had the vibe of a posthumous album made by someone that was actually still alive. This sentiment being shared by Rolling Stone, who would call Thug's sound felt diminished on this project. But despite Thug seemingly harboring animosity towards his old friend, Gunna would seemingly attempt to keep things cordial. And still, in his XXL magazine interview in April 2024, he would say that he still has love for Thug, as well as diplomatically saying that none of the other rappers who have commented on him being a snitch know what actually happened legally, since they're not part of the case. But it would seem like Thug wasn't receptive to Gunna's attempts at mending the relationship, because after Thug took a plea deal and got released sometime later, he would make a post and delete tweet where he made it clear that there was nothing to amend, and telling Gunna publicly to stop acting like they were still friends on the internet and saying that he doesn't even know him. Gunna's lawyer, on the other hand, would make another post defending Gunna's decision to take the Alford plea, arguing once again that Gunna's plea had done no harm to Thug's case, and then pointing out that in the end, Gunna and Thug had both done the same thing by pleading guilty by accepting a RICO charge. But the difference was that while Thug had to spend 30 months in jail and receive a whopping 15-year probation with incredibly strict conditions, Gunna had been able to record music and tour the world for that entire period, and he had also no probation and no conditions, adding that if some people really still want to blame someone for such a great deal, then they should blame the lawyer. At the end of the day, the downfall of Gunna's public reputation says a lot more about how rap fans are obsessed with exposing snitches these days than it does about Gunna actually being a snitch. Ever since prolific snitch exposer 1090 Jake took over the YouTube rap game, it seems like every rap fan is now looking for any excuse to label a rapper a snitch. I know a lot of people feel like Gunna betrayed Thug, but realistically, Gunna's statement had no bearing on Thug's ultimate outcome. In fact, it would be one particular person who did outright snitch on Thug, taking the stand on behalf of the state to save himself, that ironically ended up saving Thug in the end, as the biggest snitch of the whole case that the prosecution were relying on to bury Thug ended up being so erratic, unreliable, and untrustworthy that his involvement actually played a big part in collapsing the state's argument against Thug. And in the process, that super snitch ended up becoming a superstar from the stand, making himself rich in the process. I'm of course talking about YSL Woody, but ironically, the state's star witness would prove to be incredibly unreliable, untrustworthy, and just a complete loose cannon. And with the whole case resting on the shoulders of this one unhinged individual, the prosecution's chances would be precarious. And in the end, it would be the unexpected maneuvers of this superstar witness that ended up destroying the whole case against Thug, as one man would haphazardly bring down the entire case, as well as two judges, maybe by accident or maybe on purpose, ultimately giving Thug a passage out of this trouble. Because at the start, it looked like one man was going to be the downfall of Thug, but in the end, that one person actually ended up saving Thug. And of course, that man was none other than YSL Woody. Kenneth Copeland, better known as Lil Woody or YSL Woody, was born in 1991 in Atlanta as the seventh child of a huge family of 10 kids. Woody would spend some of his early formative years in the infamous Bowen Homes projects in the Bankhead neighborhood on the west side of Atlanta, aka Zone 1. Woody, on the other hand, would move out of Bankhead long before this iconic beef due to his father unfortunately passing away in the early 2000s when Woody was just about 10 years old, causing his mother to move the family back to their original stomping grounds in the Mechanicsville neighborhood near downtown Atlanta, where they would rely on government assistance and his mother's hustle to get by, their home allegedly doubling as a trap house. During 2008, tragedy would strike again when Woody's mother passed away, leaving Woody without any parental guidance at only 17 years old, which would cause him to separate from his family, getting kicked out of school and hitting the streets full time.
2008, I lost my mama. When I lost my mama, I was just like, well, you know, it's the only person that care about me. This is what my life was based off my mama. She the only one had that control over me. So when she died, I removed myself from the rest of my family and just took to the streets.
Already the following year in 2009, a 17-year-old Woody had his first serious run-in with the law as he was arrested and charged for carrying a concealed weapon, a charge that he apparently took for his friend.
Why were you carrying a gun during this time? I actually wasn't carrying. It's old, so somebody else had it. I took it from him because I seen the police going after him. But somebody else was watching me and seen me take it from him.
Oh, so you're trying to help your friend out, basically?
I helped somebody out.
Right, and in turn, you got a gun charge.
Yeah, and they...
Over the next few years, Woody's life would spiral further as he would keep going to jail numerous times for various charges like theft, carrying a weapon, battery, obstruction, aggravated assault, participation in a criminal street gang, and even making terroristic threats. This likely being around the time when Woody was allegedly running with the DRC clique, aka the Robin Crew. But in 2013, Woody would truly get pushed over the edge due to the death of his best friend DB, who was killed in a drive-by.
After he got killed, you said, I had to go terrorize. What does that mean?
Exactly what it sounded like it meant.
Driven by grief and anger, from here, Woody would develop a fearsome reputation in the streets of Atlanta, and it was this reputation that also seemingly caught the attention of none other than Young Thug, who would end up inviting Woody to become part of his entourage.
And how'd you guys initially meet?
He just called me out of the blue. I knew him, I knew of him, you feel me? everybody from Atlanta knew of him as he was coming up. And I've been around him a few times, shot dice with him. But he just called me out of the blue one day, be like, hey, come see me. You want to go on shows with me? And, we went from there.
Interestingly, in his No Jumper interview, Woody would even seem to insinuate that him meeting Thug had something to do with the infamous incident of Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop getting shot at.
That barbershop don't have nothing to do with, nothing. You know what I'm saying? That barbershop just on some bankheads type stuff.
Yeah.
Like I told you, I grew up in Bourne Home, so.
So he didn't have a reason to go out and just go on stage and say that. He was just really just choosing sides.
So when the barbershop happened, Thug and Rich Homie was cool. To be honest, that's how me and Thug got together.
Yeah, so how did you meet Thug?
I guess you can get him.
Through Rich Homie? Break it down again.
It's still an open case.
Alright, for sure.
But as Woody would recollect with Brian Steele during the trial, his time in Thug's entourage only lasted about a year between 2014 and 2015, during which time Woody became sort of like an enforcer for young Thug, something that even earned him a mention in the hit song Halftime, where Thug raps that if anybody messes with him, Woody will come and shoot them in the head.
Going back to 2014, going into 2015, you met Jeffrey Williams.
Yo, what's up, Joshua?
For a short period of time that you were, my word would be hanging out with him, but that's a bad word, that you were in his company and he was in your company, a short period of time. Is that fair to say?
Right.
And when you met him, you already said that he'd been very popular.
Yes.
True. Is it fair to say that you and he knew each other, but like after your birthday in July of 2014 and really stopped because you were in custody anyway, by July 2015? That's the period of time that you knew each other? Is that true?
No, I didn't. From 2014, I met him like at the end of 2014.
And then you were told the jury, but you got locked up a lot. The police kept locking you up in January, February, March, April, May, and then June. You were locked up in federal custody for 51 months. True?
Yes.
Okay. And that's really the only period that you knew Jeffrey. The time that you were around him or he was around you. True?
But really, we wasn't even together every day. I was out in the neighborhood.
Jeffrey never had the pleasure of having you featured in one of his songs. Is that true?
No, I ain't never been in his song.
Okay. And Jeffrey never was featured in one of your songs. Is that true?
No, me and him don't have music together.
But he did put you in one song of his. You know the song Halftime?
I'm listening.
Do you remember the line, and I'm not saying this a quote, but something effective, if you mess with me, Woody will come up and pop in the noggin. And if that's not a quote, I'm not trying to misquote it, but that's what is that something like what it says in that song?
Yeah.
And the song is Halftime, right?
Yes.
Wildly popular song.
Yes.
However, as Woody will claim, he was anything but happy about this shout-out, because while the song had allegedly been made in 2014, when everything was still good between them, it was only released in April 2015, during a time when Woody was in a tricky spot in the streets. He found himself at the center of a violent feud between YSL and the Atlanta branch of the Inglewood family's blood gang. As mentioned before, this feud allegedly began in late 2014 and saw Woody's personal conflict with Big Nut's brother, Shell Kel, aka Kelvin Watts, playing a big role in the back-and-forth violent encounters that would ensue. Not long after, the Inglewood family's second-in-command and the man behind the careers of Rich Homie Quan and YFN Lucci, Donovan Big Nut Thomas, would be killed in a brutal drive-by shooting. And while no one knew...
At least you got a job, gang. You feel me? That's the goal. Get some money.
For sure who killed Nut, suspicion immediately fell on YSL, particularly Woody, whose girlfriend's parents' house would be shot up already the same night that Nut was murdered. These events led Woody to make perhaps the most consequential decision of his life, as at this point he began cooperating with police. There would initially be a murder charge against Woody himself, but these would eventually be dismissed. However, Woody would still remain on the Atlanta PD's radar, and already the following month in February, he would once again find himself in their custody, eventually getting released in mid-March. This helps to explain why Woody wasn't exactly thrilled when he would hear that Thug was labeling him as a shooter in his newest songs.
You learned that the police was using that song. They were asking you about that song.
No, they told me.
Yeah.
One of them told me that I think I had got out, I got out one of the jails and they got me the next day. And they were like,
You going DoorDash to save trap money? That don't that don't like make sense. What do you mean by that? If you're making the money from DoorDash, that's not trap money.
Yeah, man.
Nigga, you still working.
Then you at the top of our radar.
Like,
It
what
was
the
something
fuck?
like, and he pissed me off when he said it.
He being the detective.
No, it wasn't no detective, it was the police.
Okay. The police officer upset you when they.
I think it was Dennis that said it. It was one of them that said it to me.
A month later, in April 2015, at the height of the alleged war between YSL and the Inglewood families, which had allegedly led to dozens of shootings and several murders, Woody would walk into Dunbar Center Gymnasium with a loaded Diamondback 223 assault rifle tucked inside a H&M shopping bag, which he would then leave on the bleachers while he played.
You said so you lost 800 trap money gambling on state. You gonna put DoorDash money into the trap for your re-up. Gonna be I guess, bro. You feel me? I told you not to though, bro. Remember that.
basketball, prompting a concerned citizen to call the police, who would then arrive, finding the rifle in the bag, and later arresting Woody, who would eventually be hit with federal charges, landing him in prison for several years. The police would also find out that the rifle had actually been purchased by Quindarius Zachary, also known as YSL member Lil D, who would later end up being one of the many state's witnesses in the YSL RICO trial. Woody would eventually be released in late 2019, and at the beginning of 2020, he would attempt to follow in the footsteps of Young Thug, beginning to drop his own music, starting with a song aptly called First Day Out. And despite being a snitch behind the scenes, the song still included self-incriminating lyrics where he rapped that he would have people killed and the YSL run Atlanta. In March, Woody would even release a full mixtape, humbly titled I Am the Streets, showing that Woody was leaning heavily on his reputation as a certified gangster. One of his music videos even started with a hilarious intro where Woody can be seen in a helicopter looking over Atlanta like he's goddamn Tony Montana. He was also still seemingly close with other YSL members, as Yak Gotti would actually perform at the mixtape's listening party. And in the few interviews that he would do as an up-and-coming artist, he would proudly rep the gang any chance that he got.
You know, man, it's your boy Richard Face TV, man. We back in the building, we back working, we back grinding. I had to pull up on my boy Lil Woody, man. Pop up. Sound, man. YSL, everything. Man, flat.
Yeah, man, Lil Woody, YSL for like 30 each. Free hand entertainment, man. Shout out to the progress report.
Yeah, they Lil Woody free hand entertainment. Just jumped out of the pool with Dirty Glove Best. Slap YSL for life.
But Woody simply couldn't stay out of trouble, and soon he would find himself back in jail once again, this time staying locked up until 2021. When he was released, he would stay out for only a few months before he was arrested again during a traffic stop after he was supposedly swerving. And while Woody technically only had a loaded magazine on him, it was enough to charge him with another weapons offense, potentially landing him up to 10 years in prison. This arrest would lead to another interrogation, one that would later leak to the public during the YSL trial in 2023. During the questioning, it would immediately become clear that this wasn't Woody's first rodeo in the interrogation room by the way that the officers were treating him. Woody spoke to law enforcement, including investigators from the DA's office that were part of the gang unit and agents from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, making it clear that multiple agencies were closely monitoring him and YSL. The police would read Woody his charges.
Unfortunately, there's a gun in the car. In your car. I did a search warrant for the vehicle, there's a gun in the car, and you had a magazine on you when they picked you up.
Get some money, man.
Also painted a picture of a relentless and bloodthirsty young thug who is allegedly targeting Nut's brother, Kel.
trying to stop me. They're not gonna stop me. He's not gonna stop till he get me. I'm telling you, I was just right there with him, and I seen him like he's not going. He won him. He don't care who he is. He don't care. I'm saying it.
At one point, he even tried to play detective himself, suggesting a sting operation while emphasizing how reckless Thug had become at this point.
What time it is? So, if I can be released, if it was in 12 o'clock, straight out to you saying, like, be released, they can see me and Mike coming out of jail together. People just sit in jail for whatever. Y'all, anybody ever see me go with him in discussion? How y'all gonna take it back? Not from the clay right now. Now I'm kissing in the head.
Bro, I know you did that. Oh, God. No, God.
Woody's troubles wouldn't end here, because the following month in November, his girlfriend, a police officer, was arrested for interfering with an investigation into Woody's activities.
Is the former City of South Fulton police officer accused of abusing her badge to protect her boyfriend. Investigators say 27-year-old Aaliyah Jackson, who joined the city's police force in 2019, was booked into jail last month on felony charges after she tried to interfere with a major police operation targeting Metro Atlanta's most notorious drug dealers and gang members. Following his arrest, police say that Jackson tried to delete her boyfriend's Instagram page containing photos of gang activity. She's also accused of trying to disable his phone.
Bro. Yeah, I'm not no class clown. And nigga, I'm streaming. Nigga, talking about some entertaining stream. Nigga, I'm streaming. I'm literally streaming, nigga. And I'm on IG Live. Nigga, I'm triple streaming, nigga. Just talking some entertaining stream, nigga. We watching something. That's what we really doing. Your family, I just got this joint up. Your family. It's just another stream, literally. Y'all just can't see it, but y'all can hear it. I mean, I could put my computer on my phone, but like, I mean, on a vertical jump, but like, why would I do that? That defeats the purpose of having a PC. I want to do a PC stream. So I'm just going to do both. But this is what I started on. I started on the phone. So that's why I still do this. Should I waste $20 on fast food breakfast? No, nigga. Make some grocery. Make some grocery. So that's what you do. If you want to save money, make some grocery. That's a gem.
Which police were storing as evidence.
However, by 2022, the state's gun charges relating to Woody's 2021 arrest were mysteriously dropped just a month before the YSL members would be arrested in the giant RICO case. This move might have highlighted how heavily the prosecution were relying on the testimony of Woody, who was now expected to provide critical insights into YSL's structure, naming names and detailing specific violent acts that were linked to Young Thug. However, this was soon after followed by a leaked paperwork, which would paint Woody as the main snitch on the case. This was then followed by the leak of the 2021 interrogation video, which would show Woody snitching in 4K. Perhaps due to these leaks, on June the 7th, 2024, when it finally came time for Woody to be called on stand, even with immunity, he would refuse to testify.
But before the jurors were called in, Copeland's attorney says his client planned to invoke his Fifth Amendment right to avoid self-incrimination.
What he has told me is that he repeatedly told the DA's office that he did not wish to cooperate, did not wish to testify.
The judge told Copeland there's an order granting him immunity, which prevents his testimony from being used against him, which means...
So you're required to testify. So, if you don't testify, the state's probably going to ask me to jail you. And I'm probably going to do that.
At this point, Woody was held in contempt, and he ended up being sent back to the Fulton County Jail.
But when the state asked exactly how old he was...
I plead the fifth.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I get you a step outside?
That's when the judge ordered Copeland to be handcuffed.
This court holds you in willful contempt, and we'll see you on Monday.
The following Monday, the judge would meet with the prosecution and Woody, together with his legal representation, before that day's proceedings, in a secret ex parte meeting that the defense team was apparently not made aware of. This meeting would arguably walk a thin line between simply informing Woody about the consequences of his actions on the witness stand and actually threatening Woody with consequences in order to force him to testify. Whatever the case, in the end, Woody would agree to testify. However, once back on the witness stand, he would immediately begin trolling the prosecution, giving them a taste of what was about to take place.
Do you see Shannon in the courtroom today?
I got a vision problem. I can't see that for me.
All right, so if you want to stand up and look around the courtroom and tell us about the entire courtroom, tell me if you see Shannon in the courtroom today. You want to sit down?
Nah, I ain't had nothing to drink.
The next day, on June the 11th, Woody would continue his antics by firing his lawyer.
Sir, Mr. Copeland, is it your desire to release your counsel at this point in time?
She fired.
She's fired? Okay.
What I need a lawyer for?
From here on, Woody would go on to be a terrible witness for the state, commonly delaying proceedings, misinterpreting questions and instructions, and frustrating prosecutors throughout the trial.
I guess.
And when it came to Woody's many interviews with the police throughout the years, he would negatively affect the prosecution's case by claiming that he had been lying to the authorities in interviews that had dated all the way back to 2015.
Okay, let me make myself clear, right? Because you keep asking me about things I done told investigators in the past.
Don't front nobody. Yeah, don't front nobody. And stop giving out deals. Nigga, you don't know profit margin, nigga. Profit. If you spend $130 on the zip, you gotta charge like 30 a pool. Like on game. No bullshit. I'm a nice young nigga. I get my zip super low. Alright, so if you cop a half a pound, bro, this, man, I don't know, bro. I'm not a trapper. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I sell weed. Like, I know I don't. I don't even sell weed. No, I don't. But, like, nigga, I mean, I'm not Pablo Escobar. I'm Rod. I don't sell drugs, gang. I'm a streamer. For real. I don't know what to do. I don't know, bro. You feel me? I don't know, bro. Like, I'm not even joking, but like, I'm just saying, like, don't stop giving deals, nigga. That's all I can say.
I can't say from when to when, but so much was going on. My name was on everything. The police kept coming to grab me. Every time they grabbed me, I had a different story for them. I know 100% facts, and I'm telling you now, I was not truthful. I was saying whatever they wanted me to say. I was saying whatever I could come up with. I was trying my best to convince them that I didn't do nothing, that I'm an innocent person, and that people put their hands on me.
But Woody's story wasn't just playing out in the courtroom, because when court wasn't in session, Woody would be spotted on Instagram living his best life. Woody's testimony would eventually come to a screeching halt when the defense were able to successfully use that ex parte meeting to recuse the judge from the case, a major development that we'll discuss in more detail later. But with a new judge in place, the trial eventually resumed in August. And to everyone's delight except the prosecution, the newly appointed judge would request that Woody re-testify, with Woody this time even getting Young Thug to laugh along with his antics.
Yes, no, I don't recall. Did Thug have an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing members of If Gang to his apartment?
Thug, did you have an issue with Rich Homie?
I'm asking you for what you told the police.
And I'm answering you. I done told you several times. I tell police anything.
Do you recall
all talking about the shooting.
After the state concluded their questioning of Woody, more revelations about the extent of his alleged lies would emerge during cross-examination.
There you're saying that you gave the car to Javante, who gave it to Lil Mike and Quez, correct? Yes. Okay, and you would agree that detectives Gaither and Dennis are telling you we've never even heard of Lil Mike and Quez, correct? Yes. Mr. Copeland, Lil Mike is not a real person, is he? No.
Brian Steele, Young Thug's lawyer, would question Woody about a jail call where he told another party that prosecutors had begged him to testify, while Woody also claimed to have never committed any crimes for Thug.
Did Jeffrey ever give you any money, ever, for committing a crime for him?
I never committed a crime for him.
That was my next question. Okay.
After finally being done testifying, Woody would then begin showing support for Young Thug publicly, and he would even start his own YouTube channel where he would post a highly emotional interview apologizing to Thug and everyone else for the pain that he caused.
If you could walk in that courtroom and say one thing to Thug right now, what would that be?
I'm sorry.
What you sorry for?
The pain, the suffering, everything I caused on him and his family, society, the courts. I'm sorry for everything. I wish I had the strength and the mindset I have now. I'm just. I never forgive myself.
And the publicity from the trial began making Woody a celebrity on social media. In August 2024, he would also resurrect his music career with an incredibly titled song, I Don't Recall, which referenced his repeated use of the phrase during the testimony. He was also invited to numerous paid interviews and heard vlogs, as well as participating in several speed dating shows that garnered millions of views on YouTube, inflating his ego and his bank account. He even linked up with one of hip-hop's perhaps notorious and proud snitches, Charleston White, to collect a nice bag, something that he would often flaunt on social media. And despite his new reputation as a snitch, Woody would continue moving through the streets of Atlanta without a care in the world, seemingly trusting that his former reputation as a fearless shooter would still protect him, even though he was now a snitch.
How do you feel about people calling you, labeling you a snitch?
It's on the internet. I haven't read to one person that said it to my face. And I ain't saying like on no gangster stuff. Like, I pray that nobody don't provoke me. You feel what I'm saying? Because I ain't messing with nobody. I ain't looking for trouble. So if I'm out and somebody walk up and say I'm a snitch or whatever, I'm just like, I'm a bust one or the other.
But in a twist that perhaps nobody could have seen coming, the trial not only pushed Woody into the spotlight as a state's witness, but also made him a celebrity. Woody's emotional breakdowns, combative exchanges, and sarcastic responses, as well as frequent lapses in memory, combined with his reluctance to cooperate despite being granted immunity, made him both highly entertaining and garnered widespread sympathy towards him from fans. But these antics also made him one of the worst star witnesses that the prosecution could have ever imagined, and his performance alone made their case infinitely weaker. But as mentioned, there was also another person in the trial whose missteps would arguably play an even bigger role in letting Young Thug eventually walk free. That person was Judge Glanville. By the end of 2023, going into 2024, the YSL trial had become a complete farce. At one point, someone actually hacked a courtroom Zoom feed and yelled, "Free Thug, mistrial."
Free Thug, mistrial! Free Thug, mistrial! Free Thug, mistrial! Free Thug, mistrial!
The defense attorneys came under scrutiny during the trial for improper behavior. On February the 16th, 2024, attorney Nicole Fegan was charged with participating in criminal street activity and evidence tampering for allegedly telling a gunman to dispose of the murder weapon, with that case being separated from the trial in May 2023, and that attorney still waiting trial. And Judge Ural D. Glanville, who was presiding over the YSL trial, became a key character central to the courtroom drama. Glanville was often clashing with Young Thug's defense attorney Brian Steele, and the courtroom exchanges between Steele, the prosecution, and Judge Glanville added another layer of tension to an already intense trial, with things at times spiraling completely out of control to the level of personal attacks and petty arguments in front of the judge.
Apologize that I'm getting tempered, but I've never been treated like this. You talk about professionalism every week. Professionalism is lacking with one lawyer here. It has never been. I don't even like coming to court. I used to love this. I would die for what we do. I used to say, I'm dying I would die. I couldn't choose a better profession. If I had been getting this love,
Your Honor, can we strike no harm and
No, I'm sick.
Can we strike that?
Hey, everybody, calm down. Everybody, both of you sit. Both of you, please be seated. Judge, both of you, please be seated.
You have to do something.
However, the judge, to be fair, was also tough on the prosecution, admonishing them for making baseless objections.
Gang signs that you saw when you were brought in here to testify in this gang case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just out of curiosity, what's the gang signs?
Hold on, what's the basis for your objection? What's the basis of your objection?
For first time.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Okay. What was the gang sign you saw being thrown up that day?
No idea.
No idea.
None.
Okay.
The clashes between the defense and prosecution would continue to escalate as efforts were made by Thug's team to take down the opposition. However, these efforts failed as on April the 4th, 2024, the judge denied a motion to have the lead prosecutor removed. But it didn't take long for things to escalate, and soon the defense would be trying to have the judge removed. On July the 1st, 2024, the trial was put on hold when Young Thug's lawyer learned of the secret and improper meeting between the judge, prosecution, and YSL Woody without the defense being present or informed. The defense would file to have Judge Glanville recused as a result of this meeting. That did not go to plan. Judge Glanville would be confronted by Brian Steele about the secret meeting, with the judge furiously asking how the defense learned about this secret meeting, with Judge Steele staying more solid than Gunner and refusing to say.
Supposedly, in chambers, it's on record, on court reporter at times, on recorded times, district attorney or district attorneys, the DA's office, as well as investigators, sheriff deputies, Mr. Copeland and his counsel met together. None of the defense team, to my knowledge, was aware that this was going on. And then somehow that email was CC'd to me that never started. Mr. Steele, can I interrupt for just a second? I'm kind of disturbed because that's ex parte. If all that was an ex parte conversation, how did you find out about any of that? Well, I'm disturbed too. What I was told was that Mr. Copeland said, and you haven't answered my question yet. I'm not. How did you answer that question? You're not? No, I will not answer that. Why will you not answer that question? Because I want to make sure that what I say is accurate. I'm not trying to... No. I'm asking you, how did you get this information? I'm not telling the court. What I'm saying is based on information. Okay, well, listen, if you don't tell me how you got this information, then you and I are going to have some problems.
Brian Steele truly put it on the judge, accusing the court of attempting to intimidate Woody into testifying. And as you can imagine, Judge Glanville was furious, threatening Brian Steele with contempt of court and storming off the stand as Brian Steele claimed in a shocking revelation that apparently Woody even admitted to murdering Big Nut during this meeting.
Mr. Steele, I still want to know, how did you come upon this information? Who told you?
What I want to know is why wasn't I there? Why,
sir, I'm going to hold you in contempt if you don't tell me who this. Tell me who this information
I don't want to be held in contempt. Well, I'm not answering that question. That's attorney-client privilege information. I am not
attorney-client privilege. Unless you were in my chambers, that's the only way you can figure out. I tell you what, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you don't tell me, you don't have to. If you don't tell me who it is, I'm going to put you. I'm going to put you in contempt because that is not attorney-client privilege.
Attorney work product privilege. I am not.
How did you get that information supposedly from my chambers? Did somebody tell you?
I'm not. You should have told me.
You got 5 minutes.
Well, I don't need it. I want to continue. This is what I was told. Mr. Copeland made statements that he admitted to killing Donovan Thomas and was... Don't take my notes. No.
When they returned, things were no better, and Steele and the judge would go back and forth, with Glanville demanding to know how Brian Steele found out about this secret meeting. But Steele refused to budge, and Judge Glanville would interestingly say that he has an idea of how Steele got that information.
Who you got it from? I'm not asking you sum and substance of anything as of yet, okay? But I need you to tell me how you got the information. If you don't tell me how you got the information, I'm going to hold you in contempt.
I understand. I don't want to be held in contempt.
And I don't want to hold you in contempt, but this is so sacrosanct to have a conversation in my chambers parroted to you and others. It is that serious.
Yeah. That's why I raise it. It is that serious that we should have been there and it should have happened. I'm not saying the word, but to give you information, and you're saying it's not sum and substance, but I'm telling you, I can't do that under the bar rule.
All right, well, I'm going to hold you in contempt. And you can think about it.
5 o'clock today. We'll see where you are at that stand on that point. Because no, that's not what I understand the rule to be. I've not asked you sum and substance of what was said. I asked you how you got it. You can't do that. Yes, you can, because I have an idea how you got it. Well, your idea. I have an idea how you got it, but that's improper. Your idea may be wrong, and you're asking me to. Listen, I told you the first time.
Now, I'm not 100% sure what Judge Glanville was inferring when he said he had an idea of how Brian Steele got that information and that it was improper, and this is all just my opinion, but the way things fell apart from this meeting, it wouldn't surprise me if Woody and his team were actually playing both sides the whole time, and that perhaps him or his lawyers had somehow let Young Thug's team and Brian Steele know what was going on behind the scenes, with Judge Glanville later inferring that Woody's lawyer might have been the only person who could have provided this information. Clearly, Brian Steele was keeping it more solid than Woody, and continued to refuse to explain how he knew about that secret meeting, even boldly calling for a mistrial as a result.
Your Honor, this is so serious to me. We need a hearing. I'm moving for a mistrial. It is my understanding, based upon information belief, from part of it. From whom? Well, I'd like to get the substance first, and then we can talk. Well, then you'll be in custody until then, because you need to tell me how you got the information. I'm not asking you what was said. You've already kind of given us some snippets of what you said. That tells me that somebody parroted that information to you. So, but you're assuming something because I told you already. Well, then, other than if you were sitting in there with a recorder, or Miss Love, or Miss Hilton, or one of the deputies gave you that information, or Miss Weaver shot you a rough copy of the transcript, there's only one other person that's left.
And so, in an unprecedented move, a vengeful Judge Glanville had Brian Steele arrested for contempt of court, having him taken into custody and sentencing him to spend his upcoming weekends in jail.
I want to know who gave you the information?
I'd like to know what information happened outside of her. That's really it.
Yeah, he can go into custody. Mr. Steele, I am going to hold you still hold you in summary criminal contempt. Pursuant to OCGA 15-1-3, subpart 3, for your failure to comply with my earlier order today. I'm going to order that you be taken into custody and incarcerated in Fulton County Jail for no more than 20 days for this contempt. Those 20 days consisting of every weekend for the next 10 weekends.
This imprisonment was later overturned by the Georgia Supreme Court, allowing Steele to avoid serving the sentence.
And the lawyer for rapper Young Thug in the ongoing YSL RICO trial no longer facing a contempt charge. The state Supreme Court officially reversed the decision from the former judge overseeing this trial. And that decision was made by Judge Ural Glanville after Brian Steele here, refused to disclose how he found out about an ex parte meeting. The controversial meeting included the judge, the state, and a key witness, but the defense was not made aware of it prior to the meeting.
And Judge Glanville's efforts to make an example of Brian Steele appeared to backfire spectacularly, as he was ultimately recused from the case once the dust settled on his attempts to lock up Young Thug's leading defense attorney. Following Glanville's recusal, Judge Shakura L. Ingram took over, but she would also eventually have to recuse herself due to a conflict of interest, as apparently she was connected to courthouse deputy Akiba Stanley, who had been arrested for trying to smuggle contraband to another defendant. That deputy was arrested and even accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a former co-defendant, and Ingram noted that the deputy could be called as a future witness in the case, potentially undermining the public's confidence in the impartiality of the proceedings. Finally, Judge Paige Reese Whitaker took over the case, bringing new leadership and attempting to establish stricter rules and bring order to the proceedings. Ultimately, she would be a breath of fresh air for the case and a blessing for Thug's team. And while the new judge would deny a movement for a mistrial, ultimately, with everything that had happened behind the scenes, the state's case was looking more and more disorganized. And most importantly, the secret meetings and declining reliability of the star witness YSL Woody meant that the prosecution's case was now on shaky ground, meaning that this would now be the perfect time for Thug and his team to apply pressure and use the unfortunate state of things to cut himself a sweet deal. And in the end, news ultimately broke that shocked the world, as off the back of all of this courtroom drama, Thug would finally make the deal of a lifetime and suddenly find himself free once again. After the the dramatic clash between Brian Steele and Judge Glanville, the case against Young Thug seemed to be in terminal decline. Soon, there would be light at the end of the tunnel for Thug and his team, but in the midst of these courtroom dramas, out on the street, there was another tragedy playing out, as on September the 5th, 2024, the hip-hop community woke up to the sad news that another Atlanta rapper that was caught up in this whole drama, Rich Homie Quan, had suddenly passed away at his home. It was later revealed that this was the result of an OD, and while some had later claimed the possibility of foul play, the sad reality is that Rich Homie Quan was just another unfortunate victim of addiction. No doubt, the loss of his friend Big Nut and the tragic decline of his career playing a significant role in his fragile mental state. The death of Rich Homie Quan was a tragic conclusion to the over 10-year story of Atlanta hip-hop. With years of mystery surrounding exactly why his and Young Thug's relationship fell apart, sadly, small details from the trial and surrounding it painted a picture of Quan heartbroken, betrayed, and scared by YSL allegedly arranging the murder of his friend and mentor. It's hard not to feel like Thug and his people may well have played an indirect role in the mental decline of this clean-hearted Atlanta rap legend. But Quan's death also represented closure for one of the biggest loose ends in this gang-related murder that YSL members were so desperate to disassociate from. The following month after Rich Homie Quan's death, things would be all over as one by one, many of those involved in the case would begin to take advantage of the courtroom disasters and get generous pleas. Quamavius Nichols pled guilty to one count of RICO charges, with murder and weapons charges being dropped. He gets a 20-year sentence with only 13 on probation, and then 2 more pleas get given out the next day. Rodalius Ryan, aka Lil Rod, and Marquavius Huey, aka Qua, both took plea deals. Rod pled guilty to a single count of violating the RICO Act, with a murder charge being miraculously dropped in favor of this deal, getting 10 years, which was commuted to time served, as he was apparently incarcerated for a period of time for another murder that he committed at age 15. Meanwhile, Qua, initially indicted on 19 charges, copped down to 9 charges, earning him a 25-year sentence, of which he would only need to serve 9. The judge even told Qua that his deal was remarkable, and he was lucky to only have to serve 9 years after facing a potential 3 consecutive life sentences. These were incredibly generous deals, likely made possible by the complete collapse of the trial amid the drama in the courtroom. And after these deals, it just left Young Thug and 2 other co-defendants still on the hook. But it would seem that Thug might just wind up getting the most generous offer after Gunna. The deal that Thug ultimately ended up taking would be absolutely mind-boggling, as on October the 31st, 2024, Young Thug finally agrees a plea deal, pleading guilty to a total of 5 charges, including participating in a criminal street gang, 2 drug charges, and firearms possessions, as well as pleading no contest to the most serious charge of violating the RICO Act, and a charge of occupying a leadership position in a criminal street gang. Nolo contendere, or a no contest plea, is a type of plea where the defendant neither admits or disputes the charge, refusing to admit guilt, but accepting the punishment as if he was pleading guilty, not dissimilar to Gunna's Alford plea. Once this plea was accepted, Young Thug would deliver what was described as a heartfelt speech before leaving the courtroom. Thug started off his speech randomly saying, "Yes, ma'am," which I can't help but think was a subtle dig at Gunna's plea.
Yes, ma'am.
As the speech started, my jaw hit the floor, as Thug would make a bold and arrogant speech that seemed to skirt responsibility for what happened completely despite taking a plea. Thug would take full responsibility for his crimes and apologize to his own family for taking up so much of their time at trial.
I take full responsibility for, my crimes or my charges. I want to say sorry to my family, my mom. My mom got 11 kids. I can't say all their names, my managers, my kids that's not here. Really everybody that got something to do with this situation, I want to say sorry for just having so much time invested into this.
Interestingly, the first thing Thug says after that is that he's a smart guy, giving himself a pat on the back as one of the good guys with a good heart.
I am a smart guy. I am a good guy, and I really got a good heart. I find myself in a lot of stuff because I was just nice or cool, and I understand that you can't be that way when you reach a certain height because it could end bad, and it don't really have to have nothing to do with you, but it can end bad, and it could, fall on you.
Yes, Thug was basically giving the most self-congratulating apology in history, saying that it was probably because he was too nice and couldn't say no to his killer gang buddies that got him wrapped up in their drama. Thug then pretty much moves straight on to saying that the sentence is up to the judge, but making it clear that he wants to go home today. And weirdly saying that he hopes he bumps into the judge in a bar in the future, inciting chuckles amongst the guards.
I know the choice is yours, it's up to you, and I hope that you allow me to go home today and just trust in me to just do the right thing and never see you again unless it's at a bar in the future or something. out of this type of situation. I promise you I won't ever be in this type of situation again. I'm going away. I've learned from my mistakes.
Thug said that he came from nothing and didn't take full advantage of his opportunities.
Come from nothing and I've made something and I didn't take full advantage of it. I'm sorry.
Thug would then kiss some ass, saying to the new judge that they were the best thing that's ever happened to him, and saying that this new judge finally made everything fair.
Through these last 2.5 years of my life, you are really, truly, honestly, the best thing that has happened to me because you made everything fair for me and everybody involved on both sides.
Noticing the sheriffs were entertained by some of his comments, he then turned his attention to them as if he was doing a stand-up set, apologizing for them having to spend their time on the trial, but then joking it was good if they at least got paid more.
I'm sorry to the sheriff, everybody for just having to put extra time in. I know y'all got paid more money, but I'm sorry for y'all having to put this extra time in to be away from y'all family,
Thug continued to beg the judge to allow him to go straight home because of how much good he brings to the world.
Find it in your heart to allow me to go home and be with my family and just do better as a person. I know what I bring to the table. I know what I am. I know the heights I've reached. I know the impact I got on people, period, in the community, all people.
Thug explained over the last 2 years, because he came off drugs, he realized how important he is to people.
These past 2 or 3 years of my life, I kind of learned that late, and maybe it was because I was, probably on drugs or anything, I don't know, but I have came to my senses and I understand what I mean to this world.
Thug went on to say that he's a good guy and will do free shows if they let him out, pointing out that he was doing this anyway.
I am a good guy, I don't mind doing stuff like, free shows, and I always did that. I did free shows and gave it to single parents, millions of dollars. I made $1.8 million on a free show, and I gave it all to single parent charity. And I did like 2 or 3 shows that made like $700,000 a piece, and I gave it to the breast cancer organization. I do things. I put millions of dollars back into my community for real.
Thug goes on to say that he put more back into his community than the other side, in a subtle dig to his ops.
I did more than anybody ever did from my side,
And Thug would go on to say how his rap lyrics have been twisted and that he's going to make more positive music going forward and that he would be a better influence.
But I understand, rap lyrics. I understand how it could be twisted. I understand what it could do to the mind of people. I understand all that, and I promise you I'm 100% changing that. It's just, I'm older, I'm grown now, and it's just like, I'm smarter. It's more things to rap about. I've experienced a lot of good things. I experienced more bad things, but I experienced a lot of good things too.
The judge responded positively, praising Thug for acknowledging his own influence, but admonishing him for making gang life look cool in his music and saying that he needs to set a better example.
I appreciate that you do realize how much of an impact you have on people. It's past your neighborhood. It's worldwide, especially young people. And having come up from where you came up from and living in and around that, that gangs are damaging to our community. But whether it is fake or not, it has tremendous impact on kids and young people who think, this is cool, this is what I want to do, look at him, he's a millionaire, I can do that by being, a gangster in the streets. You need to try to use your influence to let kids know that that is not the way to go.
In the end, the judge claimed to have taken suggestions from both sides and set Thug a sentence of 40 years, but only 5 years to serve, which itself would be commuted to time served for Thug having spent half of it the last 2.5 years behind bars, and saying that the remaining 15 years will be served on probation, which if he completed successfully, would commute the remainder of his 40-year sentence.
I am going to impose a sentence, and I've taken a little bit of the suggested special conditions from the defense and a little bit of the special conditions suggested by the prosecution to count 61, also backloaded. So essentially, the total sentence is 40 years to to serve the first 5 years in prison, but commuted to the time that you have already served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed then by the backloaded 20 years, which can be served in custody and will be served in custody if you are not successful on your probation. If you are successful in completing your 15 years probation, that will be commuted to time served.
And this wouldn't be all. There would be strict conditions on Thug's probation that banned him from Atlanta and required him to make anti-gun and anti-gang presentations to kids, as well as doing 100 hours a year of community service.
All right, special conditions of your probation. After 48 hours from your release, you are to stay away from the metro Atlanta area, and that's defined by the U.S. Census Bureau. It may change, but you can look that up anytime to figure out what that is. For the first 10 years of your probation. During each year of your probation, I'm going to require that you come to the metro Atlanta area and make a live anti-gang and anti-gun violence presentation 4 times a year, each year of your probation, at a grade school, a middle school, a boys or girls club, anything like that, that type of group. And if you want to, that presentation can include a benefit concert, and these presentations may count towards your required community service hours, which I'm going to impose, that during each year of your probation, you perform 100 hours of community service.
Thug would also be banned from having contact with gang members, rapping about gangs, tweeting about gangs, or even making gang signs.
And this is required by the fact that there's a gang conviction. You shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any other member or associate of any criminal street gang, include anybody who is named in this indictment, except as absolutely necessary to conduct the lawful business of your musical career. You are in no way to promote any criminal street gang or any criminal street gang activity, including on any social media platform. You are not to utilize any hand signs, terminology, or language that promotes any criminal street gang. You are not to participate in any criminal street gang activity.
After handing down this incredibly generous sentence that effectively allowed Thug to officially claim responsibility for leading the gang that killed Donovan Big Nut Thomas, he'd walk out the courtroom a free man. The prosecution would actually make a request to the judge for the family of Donovan Thomas to make a statement to the court, a request which was duly denied by the judge, who barely pretended to care. In fact, she even defended Thug, saying how he'd already expressed his sorrow to the family, something he did not actually ever do in that slick speech of his, where if you listen carefully, he only apologized to his own family.
Want me urge the court, due to the fact that the Thomases have been negatively affected incredibly traumatically by what has been discussed by both parties here today, to make a brief statement as she believes that they fall within the exception or within the bounds of Marston's law. And the court would allow, I understand the court made a ruling earlier as it relates to that. But she wants to get the record as well.
All right, thank you. And I appreciate, well, I cannot even begin to understand what they must, anybody must be going through when they lose a family member to violence or criminal violence. Mr. Williams himself has expressed his own sorrow to the family. I, again, am going to stand by my belief that the appropriate time to hear a victim impact statement from them is at the close of the trial that contains the murder count with regard to their family member.
Before leaving the courtroom, the judge warned Thug that if he violates his probation, he would be right back in front of her, prompting another yes ma'am, Gunner style.
Good luck to you. And I'm going to have there better be no violations, but if there are any, you're coming back to see me.
Yeah.
All right.
And just like that, it was over. Thug was discreetly driven away from the courtroom to an undisclosed location, seemingly by Brian Steele himself. Somewhere in the mix, Brian Steele met with reporters doing a victory lap speech outside of the courtroom after his client was freed, saying that he felt Thug would have been found not guilty, but he didn't want to spend 3 more months in jail, and calling the prosecutors liars.
Well, this was excruciating because hopefully, in our collective opinion, Jeffrey would have been found not guilty of everything. So this is very painful. but that's another 3 months or so in custody. And he wants to go home to his family. We've spent a year trying a case where the prosecutors have put on lies, knowing lies, hiding evidence is insane in 2024 in the United States of America.
Steele thanked Thug and called him a great person.
Bro, I'm telling you, this shit good as hell.
Represent him. I think he's a wonderful person. He does wonderful things and will continue to do things even greater.
And Steele said that he didn't want Thug to take a deal, but also praising the new judge and expressing gratitude for the leniency that Thug was shown.
I didn't want to give up the jury trial, but that was a decision made. And once that decision was made, we were just thankful that there are people like the Honorable Judge Whitaker who understands what a trial is like and what it should be like. And I cannot thank the Honorable Court for being here and coming in. She is not our first judge, but she's the first time we received justice.
Interestingly, Brian Steele would complain more about not getting to go through with the trial, saying that this plea is not the same as a not guilty verdict, and that's what they should have got.
He knows my feelings, which I'm not going to reveal for attorney-client privilege, but this is not the same as a not guilty verdict. That should have been rang.
Steele went on to complain about the inhumane treatment of Thug and basically said that they treated him so bad that he took the guilty plea just to get out of that situation, even though he's innocent.
Nobody here wakes up every day on a concrete floor that they're calling his bed, gets up at 4:15, gets shackled in his feet, his waist, and his hands, comes to the Fulton County Courthouse to be on concrete, eating out of a bag. Doritos is his meal of choice. And then coming to a courtroom and sit there with a leg chain on him every single day and hear lie after lie. So for Jeffrey go home today and not have another 90 days or 120 days of it, he is very happy, thankful to the Honorable Court. So to answer your question, this was not what I wanted. I don't believe that it is just, but I believe that under these circumstances, it is justice for Jeffrey Williams, and he is delighted, as are we, thankful. I think it is wrong, and it needs to be fixed, that an innocent man is arrested on May 9th of 2022, is denied bond, and has to plead guilty in nolo to get freedom after 2.5 years in custody. Justice would have been served on May 8th of 2022 if the grand jury no-billed his indictment. That would have been just. And it's wrong to be he's been under investigation for 15 years. 15 years by task force of federal government and local government. Think about that.
Steele would then say what Thug failed to say in the courtroom, that he feels bad for the loss of life, but that it's wrong for people to try to take his music or social media postings as confessions, which I think they were.
Jeffrey Williams is being truthful. That is his heartfelt feelings. He feels so bad for the loss of life, and he feels bad that people are taking his music or his social postings and making it into violence. That is all promotion. That is not a symbol of go hurt somebody.
Ultimately, Brian Steele did his best to save Thug, and as a result, Brian Steele was deified as a legend amongst Young Thug's fan base. He's clearly a world-class lawyer. Perhaps not the most ethical one, but undeniably a bulletproof defender. Meanwhile, the office of Fannie Willis released a statement on the plea off the back of this defeat. A muted claim of victory that claimed to have held YSL gang members to account. The statement would read, "The convictions in this case represent accountability for admitted members of YSL, a violent street gang. Mr. Williams pleaded guilty to all of the charges against him and allowed the judge to determine his sentence. Every criminal defendant in every case has the right to make that decision at any time. This indictment includes 28 defendants, with 14 having charges remaining to be resolved, including murder, criminal street activity, racketeering, and other crimes. We're still in the middle of the process of reaching verdicts on those charges, and we'll continue to work to bring justice in those cases." And Fannie Willis was right. There were still other defendants facing their cases in connection to YSL's activity. And considering how Brian Steele said that he wished he completed the jury trial and got a not guilty verdict, others would test their luck and strike gold. Yak Gotti and Shannon Stillwell are denied pleas for charges of murdering Big Nut and are forced to press on with their trials in front of a jury. But ultimately, in another shock outcome, in the end, both of them were found not guilty for that murder in another dramatic courtroom moment broadcast on Fox.
Mr. Kendrick, you have been found not guilty on all charges. Mr. Stillwell, can you please stand? You have been found guilty on count 64, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and not guilty on every other charge.
Thug fans would be overjoyed at the release of their favourite gangster rapper, but we mustn't forget the real victims here, Donovan Big Nut Thomas and his family. In a heartbreaking video, Big Nut's tearful mother would visit her son's grave after the verdict, expressing frustration with the legal system and telling followers that they know what really happened.
Can't do this with my baby. I can't see him. Let him know it's okay. We're gonna be all right as a family. Because they might not be found guilty in the eyes of the law. And those fake jurors they had up there. Heck. But guess what? We got this. Because we know the truth. We know what happened. And I just had to come see my baby, let him know that we got this. And just as I was in the end. And it's always gonna be lonely forever. I'm just mad as hell. And I ain't gonna say I'm mad at the state because some people did what they can do. I just those bouncers got out there and lied and played, and I was paid off, even to the jurors, the deputies. They were all full of down there. I mean, right now I'm just mad. I'm upset. I still got my faith. My grace and mercy, and the high power that we do serve. And I just had to come to let my baby know that Mama was there. Your dad was there. And we got there, of course. It was the unthinkable was her, not guilty. Because they know they're guilty. I just had to come see him and let him know it's going to be okay. And I'm going to keep smiling. I'm going to keep crying. I'm going to keep laughing. And I just want y'all to keep screaming his name. Long live not forever. Let them know they haven't done anything.
It's heartbreaking to see Nut's mother going through this, but even more devastating is to see just how much Thug had benefited from everything that happened. Not just 7 years of career success, seemingly at the expense of Big Nut's life, but if anything, Thug had also profited massively from the press surrounding the trial. He used it as a sort of fashion show to showcase his Spider merchandise, as well as interesting fits and hoodies that you wouldn't normally see someone wearing to court. After Thug's release, Brian Steele even became an official model for Thug's Spider brand in a morally dubious but undeniably slick marketing promo. So, as well as profiting handsomely from using the trial as a catwalk for his merch brand, when Thug returned to music, he would continue to spit in the face of his victims. On January the 2nd, 2025, Young Thug's first public music release since his release from prison dropped, in the form of an all-star feature alongside Future on Lil Baby's Wham album, something that he had teased in an earlier tweet from jail. And it made sense that Thug's first appearance was on Lil Baby's album, as after all, Lil Baby was allegedly at his house right before the raid, and Thug was even seen listening to Lil Baby's music on headphones in the courtroom. Thug's first public verse came as a feature on that Lil Baby album, and the song was titled Dumb Dumb and Dumber, with Thug, Baby and Future going back to back. And while Thug's verse itself was rather bland, likely as a result of his probation, meaning that he can't do any of that gang talk, Thug's opening comments before he started featured a defiant statement, saying at the opening of his verse that he didn't even feel like he was locked up for real because he was having his way the whole time in prison. And just like that, Thug was back at it as if he never left, completely downplaying what he had gone through like it was absolutely nothing. I mean, if you were having your way the whole time in prison, why'd you take that plea? At the end of the day, this all just seems like a huge miscarriage of justice in so many ways. It seems like there was never any true justice or accountability for the murder of Big Nut. Person after person seemingly was allowed to slither out of any accountability for this crime, partly due to the prosecution and judge's poor form, as well as seemingly genius plays by Thug's lawyer Brian Steele. And I just can't help think that YSL Woody was seemingly the chess piece that led to the entire case falling apart. The generous interpretation is that Woody was ultimately just a useful idiot, trying to protect himself from consequences, with the prosecution not realizing what a slippery and erratic character they were really dealing with. But the more nefarious angle, which is simply my opinion alone, is that it's not unthinkable that there was perhaps some kind of behind-the-scenes collusion between parties to place a Trojan horse snitch in with the prosecution, with the whole case relying on this one domino that, when pulled, caused everything to collapse. Now, there's no evidence to support that, that's just my opinion. But to me, this case massively echoes King Von's murder case, where Von's co-defendant Big Mike, in the trial for the 2014 murder of Malcolm Stuckey, told prosecutors that he would be snitching on Von right up until the last minute before shocking the entire courtroom, refusing to implicate Von and allowing him to walk free with no consequences. Perhaps that's an overestimation of things, but honestly, considering how things were looking for Thug at the start and how everything ultimately turned around when Woody got involved, things just seem incredibly strange. In the end, Fannie Willis gave an enormous gift to Young Thug. In an era of drill music where the killer rappers are the ones who garner the most attention, Young Thug has now essentially gotten away with murder. Not only did he manage to get out, losing just 2.5 years of his freedom compared to a potential life sentence, but taking the guilty and no contest pleas on these serious charges and getting out of jail immediately after means that he's totally in the clear. And even more interestingly, meaning that all of those violent lyrics that he rapped over the years about being a shot caller for his murderous YSL gang can't really be doubted. Even in his first video after getting out with T.I., a boastful Young Thug would say with pride that there's no cap in his raps.
You feel me? Hey man, ain't no cap in it.
No cap in my rap.
You feel what I'm saying?
Right way.
It's time.
Right way, bro.
You feel what I'm saying?
Right way.
Yeah, that way. And go tell that.
From this clip, it seems that Young Thug really wants the world to know that he really did the things he rapped about and essentially got away with it. And honestly, who am I to deny that? So congratulations to Young Thug, welcome home, and now begins a 40-year challenge to see if he can stay out of trouble while on probation. I certainly wish him the best of luck, but after him and Brian Steele mopped the floor with the case in the courtroom, there's no doubt that an army of cops, lawyers, and judges in Atlanta will all be crawling, looking for any excuse to send Big Slime back to prison, this time for good.
Death Row's in the motherfucking house. Death Row can be.
I woke back up, he was still shooting. Man shot over 30 rounds. I kept him on too.
Shit, nigga, stop playing with me, nigga. I am PFK, pussy. Give a fuck how a nigga feel, nigga. See me. Took that bitch down now that.
On July 11th of 2020, 30-year-old Rudolph Johnson, better known as Lil Marlowe, was driving his car along Atlanta's Y-285 interstate near Benjamin E. Mays before another vehicle pulled along and began opening fire, killing him.
Several in the hip-hop community have taken to social media to offer their condolences.
His death would reach headlines, bringing eyes all around the world to the side of Atlanta the media doesn't show you. But what outsiders don't know is that Marlowe's death would be a tragedy that would spark a deadly wave of gang violence in both the streets and Atlanta's music scene. It is the murder that sparked all the wars in the city. Atlanta. It is the most populous city in the state of Georgia and is rapidly becoming one of the biggest cities of the South, being commonly known as America's hip-hop city and the Black Hollywood. It is the birthplace of rap's signature trap sound, made infamous by figures hailing from the East Side and Zone 6 side of the city like Gucci Mane, Waka Flocka Flame, and Jeezy. And while many tales have been told of the newer generation hailing from Atlanta, such as the player style associated with Rich Homie Quan and Lil Baby, or the now infamous Atlanta drill scene with figures like Baby Kia and Anti the Menace, there are many legends surrounding the old Atlanta that aren't discussed in mainstream media. And to understand a story like this, I must first take you back to those times. Simpler times, before niggas started moving here and kicking us out our hoods, making rent high as fuck. the old Atlanta, they really don't know it like that. They may have heard from it, like from some of their homeboys, the old OGs in the hood, big homies of the hood. You know what I'm saying? Or their uncles and fathers, but they don't really know. You know what I'm saying? In the 80s, Atlanta was like most other big southern metro cities like Memphis, Baton Rouge, or Birmingham. Big enough for economic potential, but small enough that everyone knew each other. African Americans were just coming off the second wave of the Great Migration and would take over lots of southern cities and make them home for generations to come. Atlanta at the time was sprawling with affordable public housings and cheap homes for poor families. And by this time, most of the neighborhoods in the inner city were majority black. The crack cocaine epidemic affected most areas in poverty in multiple cities. This introduced small-time dealers and robbers in the inner city of Atlanta, which would begin its small dose of crime. It wasn't until by 1986, where a gang of big-time drug dealers known as the Miami Boys began moving from southern Florida and started setting up shop in nearby northern cities. Atlanta was one of those cities. The Miami Boys would take over many of the projects, a lot which were already crime-ridden, and sell their products and recruit more members, while also claiming hoods and territories.
Tell me about the original Miami Boys.
The original Miami Boys. I'm one of the original Miami Boys. Back in 1987, I had just got out of prison. I went to Atlanta, Georgia. During that time, there wasn't too many people doing nothing. Then see, I had a chance to go to Orlando or Tallahassee. So I see I'm going to Atlanta. But I'm one of the original. We come out of John Hope, off Boulevard.
I mean, how did that come up? Because a lot of people don't know about the Miami Boys.
Yeah, see, that come up.
They money in Atlanta.
We was getting money in Atlanta, where I know from, and we was taking their girls, and that's where they do from. Fulton County. Fulton County is Atlanta, Georgia. I'm talking about the county itself, Fulton. They didn't like niggas from Florida because, especially the Miami Boys, because everything they had was whack, and we were taking all their girls.
The Miami Boys' influence over the city would be so big that an entire generation would witness and endure this influx of violent gang violence over drugs and turf. More drugs began surfacing around, new weapons, then new gangs formed, who would be the OGs of these infamous projects for generations to come. These projects would include the likes of Grady Homes, John Hopes, Perry Homes, Bankhead Courts, Techwood Homes, East Lake Meadows, which crime was so terrible at a point it was being compared to the atrocities of Little Vietnam, and of course, Bowen Homes, made infamous by figures like Shawty Low and the Shop Boys. It's a hood made famous by plenty of other rappers and notable figures showing love and shouting out the projects like Bankhead's T.I. and many more.
I was born on the east side of Atlanta, and I was raised on the west side of Atlanta. So I got the chance to experience both sides and really understand it. And then I was raised in probably, well, I can't say probably, that it is the hardest projects in East Atlanta was East Lake Meadows. You know what I'm saying? I got a chance to grow up over there. Then from there, I ended up moving to Bowen Home on the west side. And Bowen Home is probably the worstest projects on the west side. You see what I'm saying? Respectfully.
The Bowen Court projects would be one of the hoods immortalized in Atlanta's lore, and it would also be the stomping grounds for a young Lil Marlowe growing up in the streets of Atlanta before they were ultimately destroyed like the rest. Rudolph Simmons Johnson, also known as Marlowe or Rude, was born May the 1st in 1990 in Atlanta to two average parents trying to make amends in one of the city's most notorious ghettos, Bankhead. Bankhead is located on the city's west side and is in the city's borders of Zone 1, the first out of 6 zones to make up the Atlanta PD's patrol routes. Bankhead at the time would home some of the most dangerous projects in this era of the city, and arguably still does. This is where Marlowe would spend his time growing up, as Bankhead was the neighborhood of the Bowen Homes projects until 2009. Not much is known about Marlowe's early life, but in various interviews he goes in depth into his early childhood and how the streets seemingly chose him from a very young age.
Growing up in the projects, young, wild, you know, I caught early though. I learned how to, like I was ahead of like people my age. Like I used to go hang with all the older people from the hood, get all the gang, suck the game up, come back, run the game on the young nigga. So I was fast. I started getting money early. I started moving different early. It was hard, but I made it easy for me. I learned the game early.
Being from Bowen Homes, of course Marlo would come to grow up and know legends like Shawty Lowe, who tragically died in a car crash in 2016. If you're from the city, then you know how connected the West Side really is. This would make Marlo already be tied in with the likes figures like Lil Baby and other gangsters and notorious sets in the area since a little kid. Marlo would self-admittedly be 1 foot in the streets and 1 foot in school. And by the time he reached the 9th grade, he would completely drop out of school as he began focusing and getting money in the streets. This would be around the time he would begin to get affiliated with the infamous Goodfellas mob gang, one of the most notorious crews in the city. And they would also be the crew that would allegedly lead to his demise. Now, the origins of the Goodfellas gang dates back to the mid-2000s, during the peak of Atlanta's signature old trap era. GF, also known as Mob and 10L, which means 10 letters standing for Goodfellas, formed in the Fulton County Jail, also known as Rice Street, as a protection group against other inmates, which gradually shifted to means of intimidation and other extortion tactics. The creator of the gang is unknown, being something commonly argued upon in the city. But it is to state that the gang obviously draws inspiration from notorious Italian mafias, and drawing direct inspiration for their name from the 1980s crime thriller, Goodfellas. This would explain the gang's structure and how they operate using set leaders or bosses known as capos, with their common members being referred to as dons, who put in work for the OGs and are looking to up their rank in the empire. Quite similar to how the actual Italian mob of gangsters truly operated. Now, Rice Street has a tragic reputation of being one of the most brutal jails, sometimes being referred to as one of the worst jails in the country, with living conditions being deemed overcrowded, understaffed, and a nightmarish domain for inmates with a high number of stabbings and violence happening within the very walls.
Our target today is going to be 6 4, 300 and 400. This is our house. We're going to show them tonight we're taking our house back. We have a duty to make this jail safe for our deputies, for our contractors, and for the inmates that are here. Hey, Kev, what do you think this is? We're dealing with multiple problems here. We're dealing with drones, that there's not many solutions out there that are delivering contraband. We're dealing with a building that's old, and it's showing its age.
This problem is so bad, in fact, the FBI had to step in and launch an investigation into the jail and its harsh conditions. This would explain why a gang like GF would come to exist in the first place, with Rice Street's violence dating all the way back to the early 2000s, a problem which would gradually become worse over time as more outsiders move in, and the city continues to expand. Now, during the early formation of the Goodfellas gang, the mob would become closely tied in with a mutual gang within the jail known as 30 Deep, who was considerably larger than Mob at the time. But when Mob and 30 Deep locked in, they became one thing under the GF banner, which would translate to some of the modern traditions in the crew we see today, such as recruits needing to drop their flag or leave their gang and get beat for 76 seconds to be initiated, hence the 7-6 moniker commonly used by GF, which would become iconic in Baby Kea's diss to Mob in his song Get Jiggy. Or the whoa phrase you hear mob members commonly refer to each other as, which means one the same as bro or, you know, my nigga. A phrase that would be popularized by GF rapper Glock 40 Spaz. However, as time passed and capos began being released, they would spread all over the city, notably the West Side, and put on more members in the streets while claiming hoods and pushing weight. Their influence would become so big that their presence would exceed to other surrounding cities in Georgia. And Bowen Homes would notably be one of those hoods mob set up and initiated members through mutual and past connections. Unfortunately, the projects were also targeted by public housing authorities for decades for its deteriorating infrastructure, unsafe living conditions, and crime rates that were becoming unbearable. And in 2008, the Atlanta Housing issued a $300 million redevelopment plan that will grow to $1 billion investment. And next year, the projects would inevitably be demolished, forcing all its residents to relocate.
This was a powerful and emotional day for many of the residents who once lived in the Bowen Homes public housing complex. Atlanta is on schedule to become the first major city to tear down all of its project housing. But with that comes change and uncertainty. This is a day that many have dreamed of and others fear would eventually come. The first phase of demolition for Bowen Homes in northwest Atlanta.
On reflection, there's no question that this is the right direction.
I want them to tear it down because people be getting shot in here.
Former residents marked the occasion by taking home a Bowen brick.
I hate to see it go. This is one of the oldest projects in America. So
Not everyone's glad to be gone.
these are perfect good apartments. It wouldn't have took nothing to renovate these apartments and keep it going on.
As a result of the project's demise, Marlowe would move to Delmar Lane with other GF members, pushing loads of that bankhead dog food around the hood, which would essentially make him a big-time dope boy around the area, making hundreds of thousands all before he even thought of touching a microphone. Now Delmar Lane, home to the infamous Sierra Ridge Apartments, also known as the Ninth Ward, and also home to one of the oldest, most dangerous hoods in Zone 4. Allen Temple, commonly known as the Temp, has a long history of gang problems and violence. Allen Temple is the original name of these apartments before they went under multiple changes, and natives from the city still and probably will forever call it Allen Temple instead of Allen Hills, what it currently goes by. Now somewhere between the late 2000s and early 2010s, the East Coast Sex Money Murder Blood Alliance that originated in New York would influx the city's streets, gradually making the Blood Gang arguably the biggest gang in the city. Allen Temple, or the Temp, would be one of those hoods the Sex Money Murder Gang would take over and make their territory. And the entirety of Delmar Lane would be considered blood territory before mob came to the hood, with the earliest video of the Temp's bloods dating all the way back to 2011, where a YouTuber interviews the blood rapper Yayo. Gangsters proudly expressing their blood gang affiliations and residence on the block.
Shit. Everybody do their thing like going home. Everybody know about the Timber. Really, you heard G say you for the corner out of the Timber wearing dogs. See, you can get off the hard. You hear T.I. already always screaming about it. Killer Mike, you know what I'm saying? Everybody. Halle, you know what I'm saying? Franchise Boy, Yola the Great, you know what I'm saying? Shit, nigga, we been rocking, you know what I'm saying? Like all my OG, you know what I'm saying? They made a way for us, nigga.
This would also explain why some PFK members would later on begin also claiming blood, like D.B. Omerta and other notable future members hailing from the Temp after beginning to beef with the very own crew that they originated from, with the Sex Money Murder Blood Alliance being so tied in within the city that their presence would exceed to areas like the East Side, which will be an important fact later on. When Lil Marlowe set up shop on Delmar Lane, he would also meet key figures hailing from the hood that would later go on to form the PFK gang. And it would also start, perhaps, a chain of catastrophic events that would inevitably change his life forever.
Yo, Pierre, you want to come out?
One in the city was either Blood, Crip, or GD. Felipe would claim one in the city was either Blood, Crip, or GD. Felipe would claim PFK, which would also be known as Perp Gang, or simply Play for Keeps, with the full acronyms of the early PFK gang actually going by PGPFK, meaning Perp Gang Play for Keeps.
You already know who that is, man. You already know that's PFK Philippe right there. You know what I'm saying? Listen, sticky or something. Let the folk know what's in it. You know what I'm saying? Let them know where you're from, shit like that.
Stop trolling, bro. My grandma do voodoo. Fucking now I'm playing with that woo. We just had the head off a goose, nigga. Nah, what's up, dude, bro? I ain't doing shit. Another day. Another dollar. You should have known what I was ready to say. Another day, another dollar. No bap. Let's get it. You say you YouTubing? What you mean you YouTubing? That what you call this? Bro, I swear to God, I never knew this existed until I started doing this. Bro, I would have been just scrolling on niggas' pages and fucking with them. I swear to God, I just realized this like a whole portal. This vertical stream and shit. This shit like its own portal. Yeah, no bullshit. Make that money, no bullshit. You too, nigga. No bullshit. I ain't doing shit. I'm in this bitch streaming. You know I'm on the PC. If y'all don't know, I'm on the PC streaming. I'm dual streaming, really. No, man. God damn. Damn, bro. I had to order me another controller. My controller for my P5 got stick drift.
I'm getting out. I'm not gonna work it. Where should I land? Right back to me. Oh, try to get to the top you're at. No. I might need that big gas, I can't lie. Fucking they're really moving this fast already. I fucking trolled that. That just took too long. Yeah, that 3 seconds is kind of this. Yeah, that just took too long with the PA. Oh, that fucking delay, bro, see, I'm thinking of the 5 for 15 months. Thank you. I don't know. Even a streak. That's what I'm saying. Earlier at the start when I died, I couldn't use my mortar on myself. Like nothing of attachments or something. It's like on the map now instead of fucking like within the area. Chocolate W. Sick. Sounds like we're literally getting Verdansk remaster. Basically.
another?
Yeah, sorry, flying back to you guys now. Your squad mate is being tracked as a located target. Eliminate enemies and secure supply caches to get that target off their back.
I'll start going off at Donut.
Yes, sir?
Yeah. We want to buy a loadie now, so we can pull them on. We're not dead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop my bread on the buy for you. I'm gonna start on the buy if that's cool. Yeah.
You've got a loadout drop inbound. Yeah, I'm flying back to you guys. Flying a UE.
You guys have a 5 attachment set.
Someone just flew in as well, deep to the right over here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back and start the recon. Recon might pull blue roof, so we can, like Donut, we can play that. That was close. You guys should each get a UE too. Your squad mate survived. Contract complete.
I have a bunker. I'm gonna end up leaving.
There's still so much fighting out here to the right, bro. Like by that fucking heli. Just start knots on fighting for like 5 minutes. Your squad mate secured intel on the next gas spread. Decrypt it at the uplink station marked on your tac map while there's still time. Yeah, we should try to work that. Recon. There's people there we can pop. Yeah, flying in there.
Okay. Yeah, probably trying to buy
pop.
Alright.
Now they can fly to the right. He's flying past though. He doesn't really seem like he's looking down. I don't know if he's part of this kid's team or not.
Oh, low in the little field. Dude, I'm gonna kill one crossing, okay? I'm gonna start to creep.
Okay.
I'm gonna start to creep for sure.
Yeah, I'm holding the back zip. I'm not gonna catch
There's one low in the bottom.
Back low. I got one of you back, dead.
Wait, oh no,
up top.
I got
one's up top, one's low. Nice, let's get up top. Hey, the stairs. He's weak on roof. He's gonna jump.
Yeah.
This time you're fucking dog shit.
Teabag him.
Nice.
Strictly business. Still two
solos
behind us, so...
Yeah, we're gonna have both behind us.
He res, so one's floating.
You can
I'm
play
scoot up now while they advance up. He's crossing the street, like he's trying to go loot back here, I think. Other one's floating, just look. I mean, I could shoot that guy in the air.
I'm gonna shoot it from here. to pass it down to you.
Yeah. He's gonna go, they're gonna go right, 100 peak.
Yeah,
they're gonna run into high rise. High rise is over there.
So cut that kid. You can cut this kid though. He's still on yellow ping.
See him start here in the street. So one of you in the big tower. I have the cross. I can tell you when he goes to the tower. He's just stuck here. He's stuck here in this little hut on me. He's inside. Stuck. Okay.
There's a heli team, by the way, careful. I don't see one in it though.
I got him. I got clustered.
I don't know how many are in this heli, bro. I only see one. I only see one kid trying to land by the bar. He's trying to land in res.
Okay, I'm going. I'm flying at him with the car. Flying at him with the car.
He's gonna get back in.
Is he on the buy? He's in.
Back in, weak. I'm shooting, just rip it. Cracked. It's cracked if it gets disabled. He's down bad, bro. We can still play him.
I'm gonna take this car.
I can almost trip off on my own, too. Hold up. I should be able to trip off in a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna go trip off. You guys can start cutting him.
One instant?
You're gonna have advance in a second. It was just one. He's gonna be like,
where is he running up the hill? Wanna get out and fry him? We can probably lace him. Right here. Mount up. 20. Okay, full.
Nice. I can go do the recon for us, too.
Yeah. I can come over with the car.
Yeah, we have like all of Low Town and Old Town. It looks like to rotate right now too. See that? There's like no one Old Town.
Yeah.
If you guys want to start going to Old Town, I can get there too. Start getting to this 5 for fire sale.
You want us to just get there early and set up?
Yeah. I just advance. I should be chilling. It's like gonna be like almost the same zone, maybe further north pop up.
I don't even know the street. Sorry guys, there's an encounter on you. I got this.
Transfer there's a kid rotating right now. There's kids rotating right here. Yeah.
I think we're gonna play this side of Old Town for now.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna try to get this timer down. Yeah.
I got a portable buy too.
Nice.
That was close.
I don't think anyone's landing here, by the way.
Meaning, maybe Eddie's in shock because they had a bad game. I don't know. They were there last game. This is looted over here by this buy. Like, this buy is all gold crates everywhere.
Zipping at you.
Yeah, see. They're trying to cut me. One's right here. One's right here. Yeah, first kid cracked. One on the hill on me.
All three is there. Trying to come help.
Coming.
One's in the gazebo. Gazebo. Almost cracked.
1E, so 1E. One's wrapping up to the gazebo. Oh, yeah, I'm dead off that. I hit him with an A2 in the gazebo.
Get me back in the fight.
I'm gonna believe myself. Oh, man.
I want to go try to get back.
I wanted to go on the wall, but I wanted to go balloon ASAP.
Because I knew Ben was in the
He's going to tower. Or like deep right. He's going deep right towards the buy.
months. Yeah, pink Danny. Yeah, see you there.
I'm probably dead. I don't. They didn't like set up to hold me, bro. I don't know what they're doing. I don't see them ahead. Are they all fucking balloon or something?
I don't know. I crossed because I have a porta ball that I could throw.
Yeah. Bro, I at least see nobody. I'm doing my fight right now. Okay.
Person, say. I'm gonna pop this in advance, okay? You're good.
Yeah, maybe rest. This guy's balling. Look at that. He's balling. And he's aiming on it. Can I grab my loot? I'm gonna grab my loot. That team might set up the whole D. He's trying to be quick. You see that team like at the buy? They're popping in advance right now.
These guys just popped in advance in front of me, too.
Okay.
I'm trying to just take space on them.
Yeah, I heard that.
I want to try to lay
I'll be able to re-up in a sec.
They cluster me.
Okay.
They're crossing right.
Yeah, they're gonna just try to set up to hold us, I think. These guys are trying to kill me. You keep swinging in. Keep swinging deep. Swing deep. Quick.
One's up here with me.
Can't even mortar, bro. Hey, what's trolling? In the open. 20. 20 on this kid. Dead. Fucking shit sands. I run, bitch. I'm on a trip hop Smith. Again, I'm gonna re-up it.
Yeah. I'm trying to finesse.
Shit.
I'm finessing like fuck.
Bring him out. I'm coming.
I'm trying.
Bottom is cracked. The other two are second. You can take height, yeah.
I took height.
I'm gonna get back to my height. I'm gonna get back to my height.
Blooded one.
Nice.
Where?
I'm gonna bunker it. Where's it not? Which one?
It's the non-ghosted one. I don't think he's stealth either.
Yeah, he's not moving. He's trying to res. He's trying to res bottom. I'm pushing that. Actually, I'm here alone. I'm pitching. You're good. Got the read on. Flash. In through an aim. I'm in this bitch. Slip back. Up top. Oh, he's right here. 20. Oh, you're good. You have
This nigga trolling. What are you doing, nigga?
There's self here too, waiting for you. Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to. We have to go left. After. I can drop a gassy too. Okay. You want to drop that on? Gassy on the stairs right there. Thank you. I'm looking at this team that I was trying to hold us. Nice blood. I don't think this team's like really setting up for us. Yeah, one's on the bridge already. One's like just one deep on the bridge rotating. I shoot him just to make him fuck off. One's like mounted at the hut. Just go left. Yeah, go left. Oh my god, they're lacing me. I'm fucking dead. It's any of them. I do have a PDS for myself.
I'm dead anyways, definitely. They're just gonna cut us. Wait, think I could res you on it? Yeah. It's not working. Is it working? Wait, I think we're safe on the ledge right in front of us. They're trying to cut us still. They're just trying to cut. Got back to the water. One. I'm trying to get out, Smith. Trying to get out. We have enough to buy looting on you? I might just lay there and like buy like a 5 times an AR or something if we don't get enough. 5K on the buy right now. I'm looting it here. Yeah, they're fire, right? Kids on a regular UAV. Buy now. I'm gonna buy an AR to drop me. Yeah, here. I bought my 5 attachment. I don't have a 5 AR. No, I can buy you one here. Okay, never mind. Do we have enough for a UV or no? We don't, right? Wait, did it just bug? Yeah, I don't see it. Oh my god, here. That's actually... I'm just taking space and fire. Okay. Red threat. Oh, what the fuck, man? I'm gonna res right here. I go around now. Inside crack. One's weak. I'm watching like the height on the wall close. Right now. Hit him with a flash and throwing up a challenge this guy. I got naded. Okay. Yeah, wall speaking. No. Nice. I'm being shot from main pop up. I got a fucking swing beam. I'm with you, Smith. He's up. Wait for Ben if we can. Yeah. I think I hear him laying down literally in my blue thing. Yeah. Oh, he's I'm gonna bait through. Jump it. He's getting fried. Morgan's holding. Okay. He died. I threw a meaty back here for smokes and shit. I have another one in my pocket. Extra smoke if you need it. I need that meaty for sure. I'm out of AR. We're gonna get. We should honestly try to swing more left. We should try to swing deep left. There might be people on this. Be careful. I'll smoke this. I think they bring your back up there. Down the smoke this cross. I got a portable radar on my throat. Deploying portable radar. I have another muni. There's loot right here, by the way. Okay, heard. Taking that, Ben? Yeah, there's an extra, like, green C9. Wait, on me close. Close right. On these generators. And then one of them's at that warehouse on the way. Okay. My time is related to rip one up there. I have a bunk as well. That kid's cracked on the top of the trailer. Jump back. We get a knock guy. Is there still a team to our right? Yep. Yeah. I got around the corner. 20. Do like to close to confirm the notice. I'm gonna smoke your body like you're up. One swinging deep left. Okay. You don't have the UE, I'm just begging. What's on my rating? I don't know if I can't tell if he sees those. Gotta throw a shot. Back up. Oh my god. I'm begging. I'm dead. Dude, I mean, that was 2 different teams. Knock yourself off, regroup, and get back out there. The goddamn turret on there's just 2 teams. The whole team on the left was fuzzing in the whole roster. We've been a lot more kills that game, but we didn't get placement. These 2 fucking teams just trying to hold us, bro. Like, holy shit. Fucking impact nade too, bro. He just lobs one randomly in the smoke and dispose you last second. Yeah, I think he just fucking threw it in the smoke. Yo, brother Walfred, thank you for the 45 months, baby. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. And Mr. Matt, thank you for the 55. Leonardo with the 10 months. Thank you. Danny and Cato, big 45 months. A huge 45 months. Let's go, baby. We probably got like a 1.2 multi. What did we get? Top 20? Yeah, what placement did we get that game? Do you guys know? I think 20th is a 1.4, so 13 times 1.4. 18, it'll be 18 points.
I mean, if I didn't get blooded there, Dan. If I didn't get blooded there. We're just getting held. Like, if we would have just killed, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. If I didn't get blooded, it would have been a whole different. We would have had to take a 3v3 fight. Didn't the C9 get nerfed to the ground? Why isn't we using it again? I don't think it got nerfed to the ground. I think it got a light nerf. And it was like damage range. I don't really think that it got nerfed that hard. Well, and there was like a second where Ben started the res and then he stopped and then started it again. Technically, I think if he just committed to it, I would have got off in time and got out of the way of the nade. But he thought he was getting pushed. He heard footsteps, so he let go of it. Like, he was just trying to be safe.
I mean, we won the fight, but...
What fight? Or, let me think what.
When I was at Palace,
Oh.
running around like a psycho.
I mean, I don't think we played it bad. I probably just should have left. Like, I was trying to, like, look for that team holding before, like, Albania just loot, and I probably should have just fucking gambled it and left.
I just don't think I even thought that I was over there until, like...
Yeah.
Like, I was just trying to cut them off because everyone... If they got in front of us, like...
Yeah.
Oh shit! I forgot my fucking phone.
Shit keeps pulling all the way over here, dude. Holy fuck. FIFA, let's go, man. What has FIFA been doing, chat? I feel like he's been, like, I don't even know. I haven't really watched his streams in a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. What's FIFA been doing? That was map 2 sport, and it's not a set amount of maps. It's like match point format. It's like Apex, where we have to hit 150 points, and then you have to win a game after reaching 100 points to win the whole tournament. So if you hit 150 points and then you never win a game, you will never win. What? Mostly, he's been doing mostly gay stuff.
Wall bangable / pink paper.
Yeah. Oh, Laker boys.
Honestly, just
Trying to reverse it. What if he starts? I wonder if he thinking if he gets the kills if he runs someone over because he reversed it.
Fires back in.
It's just gonna go right back in the zone.
I think he has to hop out, right?
He's gonna have to hop out, go for the fucking best.
He's gonna go back to the front. Oh. He's good.
Run!
He got zone pull, but...
Yes,
oh my god.
Tom.
Oh my god.
Low as well.
This is the most FIFA shit I've ever seen.
Think he could cross the zone, the building? He just pulled his knife out and just ran. No. He's left. Oh my god, they're all fighting. Whoa, he could have got so many freebies. Nah, it's actually
Some common impact nades.
Yeah, I don't know. He's stuck now.
Oh my fuck. Man, that guy is the goat.
Shit up. So bad.
So yes, dude.
Hello. Thank you. The French demon. I don't even know if he's French. I don't know what the fuck he is.
1v2.
Oh, Enkyo wins these. 100 feet. Is that a compact I heard?
Might have been.
I think it's PPSA. Yeah, I was gonna say it. Fucking compact.
That just seems so unreliable on the big map. Like into any sort of fight over 12 meters. But we had some kills there too. If we were just able to get in and get posted, we would have been vibing. We had some fucking kills there. Holy, we had 13 with, like, bro, bro. If we would have made it endgame, we would have had like mid 20 or high 20 kills, maybe 30 kills. Bro, off of Dongy, them holding us. That little death just fucking set us back on time.
I mean, to be fair,
Same thing right here. I'm with you all, man. Yep. No, buddy. Kids going here. Kids going over there. Kids going over there. Hey.
No,
Is that where you thought it'd be? Is that where you predicted?
Capital G.
I have a PRD if you want to just let me go bang it out.
Okay, yeah, go. Just remember that team did land looping.
Not seeing peek at it. I hear fighting more towards this guy though, so they wait, flying off. I heard flying. Yeah, he's on this roof. I can use LMGs, right? The thing.
Yeah, I'm coming up to the shoot with you.
Wait.
Southbound on back there, by the way.
Inside. I'm gonna go.
Yeah. Try money.
I'm gonna go grab that.
Yeah. Got a balloon for us.
Got a plate box if you guys.
I have another econ over here too. I'm not very shooting.
Taking a portable radar.
Buy a self if we can all drop you money spent too.
Are we trying to fight these guys?
What nice, dude. We need 8's money.
Cover.
Drop the money right there.
What am I buying?
Make
I'm gonna buy a self. I just need your bread.
Yeah, I'm dropping it.
Don't know where this team ahead of us though. I have a balloon and a UE.
Okay.
So I'll drop there. Deck.
Rats.
So no.
I have a portable radar.
You're like all the way back here in balloon, honestly. I don't know if they'll let you see it and shoot it. You can just play on foot aid.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll go to balloon right here, Smith. Wait for you. They're gonna split. Hold on, we're coming in.
Only one's up here, bro.
You can jump the kid on height. Yeah. He's gonna peek you and you gotta shoot him.
He's not peeking me.
Okay. You with me, Smith?
Yeah.
Oh,
Who's challenge?
yeah, where the fuck? No homo. I might got this shit in my ear.
I wasn't sure if you were fully committed to that because I saw you getting zapped, so I still doubt that I just fucking whipped some shots.
You guys got loading drops in a little bit.
Yeah.
Try to grab the bounty here. Okay.
Yeah. See if it's poached or some shit or see who's around us.
It's all unloaded right now. Give me a good amount of money. Okay.
That mine's laying at around 8, I guess. Mixie rotated behind us. Weapons free. Might have seen bounties, I think it's on foot though. At that building.
Oh yeah. I bet much.
Diving right here. Landed on that roof, yeah, landed on blue pink. That's not even the bounty, someone else.
Like a different team, or just different, not the bounty. You're saying?
Yeah, it's not the bounty, could be their teammate, I don't know.
I'm on the bridge, but like they're sitting up there. I don't hear them running.
I see one flying, two across like the deeper roof right here that we landed on earlier.
Okay.
They're kind of looking towards me a little bit. They're like all three there. They're all, one zipped across. They zipped across to the height on me.
Okay, I see.
I bet hit.
Disregard.
I don't see you. Oh no, one's over here still. Bounty.
Yeah, that's enough.
Oh my god, I was fucking not paying attention, bro. Bounty was still over there.
Smith.
There's two on height.
One on height, one, yeah. One's absolute. I just got fucking shot by one. I'm gonna get back down. You need it, Smith?
Oh shit, I was. But there's another team going on.
Another team, yeah.
Yeah.
Playing me.
Challenge me.
You res?
They're on my ass right now.
In the street right here. Thank you for the 5 Thank you. Thank you, bud. Oh my. Yeah, you see the stick. This is not good. What are you even doing out here?
One of them was already and then fucking one of them was like ADS walking outside.
That sucks. That's a really bad game. That was on me. I did a bad job reading the mini-map and fucking died to the bounty. That's for sure on me.
I think like we were probably dead regardless of the play and then the fight if that like they were setting up anyways, right?
They pushed over right as the UE fucking. Or like, after I looked at the UE, like they were on the left, they just were crossing.
I can't play a pub. I can play a pub, but I'm not even gonna be able to finish it.
Buildings, bro.
I won't even be able to finish the pub, so I don't really want to. Take some of Will's meat to get you back in this one. That's about what I'm gonna need to regain right now, dude. Just meat straight from Will's fucking pants. I mean pantry. But pants is short for pantry, by the way, just so you guys know. I wanna play too, honey. Am I gonna game at the end after this or get off? I'm for sure gonna keep gaming after this. With 150 players in pubs? Oh, I can't wait to play some pubs. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play right.
Buy station prices are adjusted.
We're gonna pop and hold. Sad as a spectator, I can't see the advanced UAV. That's kind of lame. Point the lane. Making sure Megatron. It might be Megatron. Wait, hasn't there been a Megatron skin in Warzone before, or was that Fortnite? Actually might be Fortnite. Yeah, they just added 150 players back into Warzone today, guys. I loaded up and got a 52 my first game on, and then had to play the tournament. So I think the 70 bombs calling our name.
Losing ground. Move it.
I think we're finally gonna. I think they saw I haven't been able to get the 70 bombs, so now they're like, all right, here, we'll give you 150 players, bro. If you can't do it now, you're fucking terrible. What do I think of Donkey? He's a great player, man. He's probably, in my opinion, might be the best individual player right now, to be honest. Might be the best individual player right now.
Prices are back to normal.
At least Slayer. At least he's the best. In my opinion, he's the best Slayer in the game right now. I don't know if I would necessarily, like, if I could pick any play. If you're picking any player in the world on your team, if you're taking Dongi, I mean, if you want kills, maybe you do, but. Slayer? Just someone that gets kills, like a fragger, basically. Gabe is a freak. Gabe's really good, but I've seen Donkey drop just like in tournaments, numbers just higher. That guy's a top #1 fragger in most of the customs he plays. I think. Is there in ranked rule set?
I don't think so. I was just trying to, like, if I go to fill up my... Okay.
Well, we're full dead, so don't worry.
No, I know.
I'll take that replacement.
With, like, the giving people kills or whatever, you know.
Whatever, they can have it. You should be fine. I mean, it's a risk. A risk you have to be willing to take, buddy.
I just genuinely don't remember if there's the upgrades to rank.
Donkey's one of the best fraggers, no doubt. That's proved that almost every tourney, 100%. I'd say he's the best fragger. Soka's not really a fragger. I mean, like, bro, Soka's more IGL. I mean, he still kills, though. He's like an IGL that, I'd say Soka's probably the best IGL.
You got gas. Relocated.
Caleb La Flame, thank you for the prime for 5 months. Thank you, baby. Who's my IGL? I think we're kind of letting Ben IGL. We're kind of letting Ben do the IGLing. Censoring Biffle's the best. I think Biffle is... Biffle's probably up there with the second best Slayer. Biffle's a do-it-all. Biffle's, like, overall one of the best. Overall. Like, you know what I mean? I still say Biffle's the best player all time. Maybe not currently, but he's still, arguably he is, if you want to put him in there. I think Biffle's probably, I'd say, a top 3 or top 5 player right now. Really consistent, bro, you can put him on any team and he's gonna just be a great addition to any single team in the world. You see Hector's body transformation? No, I haven't. Did he post it or something? Did he post it? Oh, let me see. Damn, nice. Looking good. That's huge, dude. beats it. Dude, his build is how I am. His build looks how I am. I'm probably even a little bit chunkier than he was when he was bigger. But how he is now, that's like trying. That's how I'm trying to get. Nothing too crazy. He's got some good. Like yeah, his chest looks good. Looks good. Damn, he's 148 pounds. But he's a little shorter, so. I'm probably trying to be. I would love to be like 170, 180. That's where I'd like to be, bro. I'm like I weigh anywhere from like 200 to 205 pounds. That's about where I fluctuate. I would love to be like 180, 170. I don't know what's up with Popov, bro.
Crazy. 3 zones in a row. Yeah. Well, I know, like, it used to be, like, they fixed it, though, like, where, like, it would always get the same zones, like, around, like, every day. Like, remember, like, the 150 Starter Gauntlet? It was 6 or 5 downtown zones out of 6 maps and shit. Like, this was so far 3 for 3 on pop-off zones. Like, I don't know what it is like that.
Sage almost 1v3 there. Sage got that second knock. He might have been able to win that.
Yeah.
Got Shifty as best fragger, dude's a real kill races. I think Shifty's probably. You could argue Shifty's the best fragger, but I would take Donkey and first and then Shifty. Personally. And you could argue that, you know, Shifty is overall better than Donkey. I'm just talking strictly slaying power. Like, I feel like I always see Donkey at the top. Even when Donkey got second at World Series, he still was the highest fragging player, you know? Or maybe I'm thinking EWC. I don't remember. I think World Series is what I'm. Yeah, World Series. Wasn't Shifty caught cheating by the community? Yeah, he's a dirty cheating fuck. This doesn't open, does it? Or...
I saw that too. He was like heavy.
Bro. Wait, it works? I thought it doesn't work.
Nah, they added it back.
Oh, they added it back.
It doesn't like open it though. It like looks like it's closed still. I can't. It's weird. Like you have to open. You have to reopen it yourself. LTV. I'm liking it, mate. I'm liking it. Oh,
does he survive?
He'll survive. His teammates will not. He's cutting. Oh, he might have just.
Oh my god, that shit's fucking hurting. Honestly, I don't even think it mattered.
Started chunking the fuck out of him. I guess he should have just kept the ATV. And then I think he's just dead.
I don't know.
I've had a bag for them.
What part would you say you play? I don't know. I mean, a lot of people classify me as a fragger, but I'd say maybe a fragger, I guess. I don't know. I think I'm more becoming an all-around, just like, player, if that makes sense. I'm definitely aggressive. I'm definitely an aggressive player. I wouldn't say I'm an IGL. I'd say I'm kind of a flex player. Like a flex. I can do it all. I feel like.
No one would eat them. I swear. I've been getting laced through smokes.
Fuck, man. That's some fucking corn in my teeth.
Office, I love that, bro. Yeah, I'd say typically I'm a fragger. Just depends who I'm playing with. But I'd like to say I'm becoming more balanced. Like I could kind of do whatever. Why not use a Cronus then?
Fuck.
I don't really know. I've kind of just played without it. I don't feel like I need it. I feel like I've accomplished a lot without it. So why would I need it? I do. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I know it's like a thing that can't really be detected, and every once in a while I'll think in my head like, I wonder how many people use it. Like, if I just used it, would there even be any way to tell? But I think like, I've done so much without it. Why would I fucking need that shit? I could literally win tournaments without it. So what would be the point? What would be the point? And you know how much better it feels to win and compete and place in tournaments without having to cheat?
Get some impact mates on that. Come on, East.
It feels so much more rewarding to actually win stuff and know that you're completely legitimate. Am I a better player than I was in Verdansk? I think so. I think I'm better now than I was in Verdansk. I just think that the comp was worse, so I appeared like I was better in terms of the other competition. Like, now the comp is a lot better, so it's like, I think I'm better now, but I think that there's more good players. Where you can become Aiden's mod and have to try to impress him. That's a genius strat.
Take space, get healthy, you're good, boys, you're good.
Yeah, they should be chilling.
Unless the two solos, like, somehow, like, team up with different angles. I can give them hella space. Yeah, we got it.
I had to stay on the tractor or something. Other solo's not doing anything. He just died to gas. Sorry guys, I did 73 damage this game.
I didn't even notice what you said.
I didn't notice till I saw the scoreboard. Damn, I'm fucking ass. Hold on, let me go right on the chalkboard. What would Biffle do? What would Biffle do? What would Biffle do? Dutchie, thank you for the 2-month reset. Thank you, Dutchie. Nah, low-key, the start of that game was kind of my fault. When those two people zipped to your roof, I wasn't looking at the mini-map as good as I should have, because Mixie was the bounty and she was still on my side of the zip. That was on me. Probably gonna go pee real quick, chat. Yo, Joker, thank you for the 26 months. Appreciate you, bro. Caleb, thanks again for the 5 months. I don't type in here often, and I just sit back and enjoy the show. Hey, that's what I do when I go watch Twitch too. That's what I do as well, man.
North, like, we should just go somewhere else.
Okay. You're talking at the start before you even land, right?
Yeah. It's like one of those zones where it's like half of downtown's already out. It's just pulling north. Like,
maybe we could try somewhere around Old Town or Low Town. Or you're thinking deeper, like Millie Base, not Millie Base, like Rack Spot or whatever, something around there. Rodius, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you for the prime, baby.
cool ideas.
Alright. I'm gonna join on you, Ben, because I gotta use the restroom. I did it last game and it worked.
Okay.
Slink, thank you for the 39-month resub. Sexy man. I am gonna go pee and be right back, chat. I'll be right back.
I gotta order me some floss.
Hey, a lock-in track pregame? Is that what it is? A lock-in track. What would you classify as a lock-in track? Oh, I got one. Wait. Oh shit, bro. Saliva went down the wrong way for sure. Alright, chat. Yo, Jake, thank you for the 13 months, man. I appreciate you, dog.
You kept your squad mate alive. Most wanted contract complete.
Make sure it's shrouded up here.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
I just grabbed it.
I'm just gonna take my 8 attachment and buy my 5 attachment sub.
They're in the safe zone.
I kinda wanna do that as well. We got so much money. Yeah. I can buy 5 attachment sub.
I got my
UAV is online.
Yeah, I'm on my one.
UAV standing by.
Shit, we can
Counter UAV
almost pop it
inbound.
already. That's crazy.
maybe after I grab this crate.
Let's play towards cargo quick.
Got a bunker there.
Yeah. Let's play towards cargo first, and we'll pop over there.
I got it.
I need to the left. That could be the team.
Yeah, they're in a jammer.
Are fighting over there. Yeah. They have a counter up. I'm just gonna wait for it to break naturally. So they don't know we're 30. As soon as that counter breaks, I'm gonna pop them.
Okay.
One of them popped his solo. On the roof fighting. Yeah, hella fighting.
Thinking about maybe going up the big ass
towers. Yeah. Pop.
Holy, might be. I'm gonna crosswalk.
One's tight.
I see one on high right here. One on high. 20. Teammate, mount
No, 20. I'm trying to need that.
Yeah,
hit him with that nade. You're on me. Oh, yeah. Crack.
I'm trying to skynade the full. I should have the full off that.
Another one up there.
Yeah. I didn't get the full, but yeah, I don't think he's up.
I'm gonna go other side. I'm going other side.
They're both up. Yeah, you're good. I'm gonna smoke like we're pushing up right now.
Yeah, one's holding me over here.
You want to just climb up? No,
Yeah,
back up.
I'm up here.
Yeah, there's only one on you.
Crack 20, knock one.
I'm up. Little weak. Can you hit? Nice. There's a team resetting in cargo. Go quick, but we've advanced.
What? Where? Oh, I see.
Like a reset.
We can just buy another.
We can buy it there. Just go.
Well, one solo at this yellow thing.
Take 500 spin.
Walking cash.
Okay, she's just looting.
Here's low ground here.
Yeah, I don't remember ghosted either. I saw the
Yeah, right here. Lasering him. One shot.
Knock.
Bloody.
Blood out.
Probably gonna try to get res.
The buy. Other not. We can trip off though. You have a smoke for the buy?
I don't.
Get to a stage and then pop one.
Yeah.
I pop yours for announcement? Yeah. See where they are. She's running.
There. Yeah.
Teammate crossed to Old Town. We can probably catch this kid right here. Crossing. 20. Dead. We can go back to our Old Town now.
Wait, this guy just spawned up, y'all?
Yeah, he just spawned in. He's gonna go to Old Town as well.
Pushing over this hill.
He's also gonna go Old Town. They're just gonna try to reset Old Town now.
Yep. Just be careful that team might shoot us in the back.
Wait, are these kids flying in behind us? You see that?
Yeah. Looks like they're maybe going back to
They might go for loadout. Or they're
You want to go back over there?
Drop. Yeah, I'm headed back towards
Oh,
that.
yeah, look,
They
he's
should
coming
drop soon.
almost, he's above, right above us, but...
Yeah.
Enemy UAV.
These guys look like they're landing.
Enemy UAV over.
This guy's landing near the
Five.
base.
Okay. Guys, keep landing at the five. Land at the five.
Land fire.
Yeah. If they fucking switch to ghost, they have loadout. I don't even think they have a loadout there. I think they're just trying to work the buy. You sent one guy to the buy. He's gonna try to throw loadout. Yeah, threw loadout back to them. He's crossing now.
One of the guys by.
Yeah, he got the loadout off.
They're height. I'm throwing nades up there.
Yeah.
Get one with a nade. I'm throwing shock stick. Okay. In the room. Shock stick in the door. On roof.
Yeah.
Shock stick on the door. Crack one. Knock one. Other one with shock. He's jumping out the window. Outside.
Okay. Yeah, left. In the hut.
Cut off the backside. Yep. Where'd you on this? Yes, sir. Back to Fortnite, shitter. Mini.
Yeah, I threw mini right there.
I'm gonna go loot the... grab this crown or not?
Yeah. Say, start the crown. I'm not looting. Trying to reset.
Be careful. There was a team at this
Yeah, can you play top fire? Yeah. Play like top fire, like roof, and just like kind of look around.
I see the jammer, but I don't want to break it. It bugs. Like,
Eliminate enemies.
Yeah. Just
Supply
show the
catches
shit.
to get that target
Bro.
back.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna marinate.
Yeah, just kind of look around for us. Just look around for us.
Yeah.
And make sure your danger is like the hill, like the house
Yeah.
back there. So make sure you get like 3, 2, 1 from there or something.
Yeah.
Armor side.
I got restock chests on me.
Nice.
Shooting.
Yeah, shooting towards like the fire. Wait, what's close?
Wait.
What's close?
Shooting that guy.
Getting shot right here. Yeah. Weak. Cracked. Hold that.
Hold it.
Went in there. Yeah, break that. Third didn't make it.
Crack him.
I got ripped from the kid in the house though.
I knocked him.
Okay.
Left side of the hill on the yellow ping.
Okay, one second story inside this house. I'm gonna back up. He was like a solo getting chased by the.
He's on the. He just went on this back ledge.
Waypoint.
Trying to look over Smith.
I might have heard someone on my backside towards
Is there someone on you, Smith, or no?
I thought I heard footsteps, but I could be tweaking. I just pushed towards you guys a little bit.
There was a solo at the blue building on yellow ping.
He's running. I see him. He's going where the zip is.
Marking loot cash.
I have this shit done.
One rest at Brax's POI.
Can we have fire sale soon too if we just save money?
We can pump them all.
You kept your squad mate in one
fire
piece.
thing for now.
Contract complete.
It's looking like it may go Old Town.
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone.
Pop and hold.
Yeah.
I might give up fire. Pop the first one first. Pop the first one by myself.
Pop one, Smith. Pop one.
Probably jump off this. Yeah, on the hill.
Get a UAV
Like
on
here.
board.
I might actually. I'll wait a second.
Hold on. You can go. You can buy one if you want.
Ripping one. I might get the kill. Knock down.
Sentry online.
We're kind of cutting left. No. They don't even have it. Fuck it.
I'm gonna go buy now.
I think this team has an advance on the left though. We gotta be careful. This team like working our left right now towards the E.
I'm gonna go back up on.
Yeah. Going tower.
Cancel that.
A team might try to work the mine from Aiden's side. No, they're not.
Wait, these guys are working up behind us.
They're not really pushing us now.
They were rotating. This kid's top floor, just looking in the doorway.
The one's up here. The one's up on my yellow
Their
ping.
teammate's hella deep. Their teammate's like hella deep.
Squad mates are in the safe zone.
Honestly, if we want to give this up, we can go play these kids over here.
I'd be down.
Honestly, I might take leave. I'm gonna fake leave. Honestly, stay there. Stay there. I like flew off. I don't know if they saw me or not. Yeah, they're okay. They're just just give that up. Give that up. We can leave. Oh, I forgot this.
There's some in there. You wanna pop and hold again?
Yeah, you can.
I can buy all three. I can buy all three.
Buy all three.
Alright, everyone pop. Everyone pop.
No.
Oh wait, I got it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Sorry, my pea brain doesn't work right sometimes. Just trying to cross the water while we got this bitch up. It's only two, no? It's only. Oh no, it's three.
Enemy UAV is online.
So that the one team behind us, then they are kind of fighting at the buy right now. They've been like trading and shit.
We might give it up. We might give it up.
Bro, we have all a pop-up, bro. They can just spawn behind us too. We should stay over here. We can roll like from pop-up, like late, like up north. Just bully that team at the house. This kid, I think, is gonna try to go to this buy in a sec. This guy that just spawned.
But he looks like he devered. Looks like he's trying to scout the buyout.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think he's spawned there. He's trying to like scout the buy.
Trying to see if he's floating.
Yeah, he's going. Yeah, he's diving. I see him diving. Yeah.
What if we let him rest and just give it a
Yeah.
Oh, I'm actually down for that. They're gonna be in shambles.
I'm not making noise. Yeah, I'm not making noise. They won't have UE. Don't tweak.
Did you rest?
Yeah, he did.
Just, I'm trying not
Let's wait for the next one. This other kid might try to come res too. He has money. Oh, he's scouting.
I think he's just floating. I think he's just checking.
He's diving.
Are we gonna end up popping this for these guys or no?
You ready to shoot this kid?
The one in the air?
Hey, res, wait, other one res. Pop.
Alright, pop. He's wrapping left on the
Yeah, see.
Crack the bullet.
20. He's
They already landed
on
across. No, can you get the full? Can you get that full?
Yeah, I'll get the full.
I'm trying to just throw a nade over you, Ben.
They're cutting left quick. No self. Yeah. They're just trying to get Lodi and fucking rotate left.
Left one.
Guys, cut left.
Last one to the right or left?
Left. Cut that kid.
Oh my god, I'm shooting spiggles.
We have one team the other side to pop out from us. Team back in cargo now. Careful that cargo kid getting angles on you. Careful of this. He's coming over.
Oh my god, no. I'm good. Is this his teammate?
He can't drop on cargo. The cargo kids are trying to look. No,
he just died.
Kids are trying to look.
It's only one, right? Oh no, yeah, this guy's by himself. He's trolling. Or wait, crack this one in front of us.
Why are you playing ahead of these kids over
I'm
here?
pushing this kid. He's gonna try to cross the street. Can you shoot him?
I might have a blood on the seam. Over here in the parking lot. Hold up. I'm gonna rip one. I'm gonna have a blood.
Alright, hit him with an 80. He's in the street, Smith. Push this guy. Look. One shot, Smith, dead.
I'll look stressing.
Yeah. Come back.
It's only one. I don't know where he went after he res. I just had no audio. I can cut it though. He's deep by PD.
Yeah, I see.
His teammate landed at the left buy. His teammate landed res like the deep left cargo buy. He was somewhere over here. He hasn't crossed yet though. He's still over there on you guys. Just wait for speed. I think I have to cross unless he was like hell. He's wrapping the hill. It's deep. Already up the hill. He went deep right. He's all the way around that lip.
Do we go to the red
buy?
buy?
He might try to hit the balloon. Hit the balloon.
Yep. Crack the bullet. And then
Nice,
what?
he's
Red?
landing.
Yeah, he landed. He's landing in. One's probably gonna go height and try to watch it over. That or they just cross water. Low,
Getting shot.
Crack the bullet. Low left. There's still one close near the buy, I think.
They didn't res again, I'm pretty sure, so careful of the other one in the air.
I think this guy went in the water. He was getting fucking laced. And there
One looks like he died off the air. I just seen a body flying down and falling down.
I think there's a guy in here. I don't know. I mean, there was. I don't know if he's here anymore. I'm just gonna come back to you. The guy just got zapped in the water.
Yeah, we should play back to the left.
Just gonna try to see if we can get some crates and shit. Maybe get enough for another advanced. I hear fighting like pop-off.
Yeah, there was a team that was in pop-off, like late, throwing out. They might rotate to like the beach balloon, or like not the beach balloon, to rotate with this balloon. They probably already did, to be honest. This probably was theirs.
We almost have enough. We might have enough. Cap, looting a couple chests on.
Buy stun in zone, too.
I got a Yui. We could come by two.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop one here.
Yeah, drop one and just go buy one. Do you have a gassy?
Yeah.
dropped my money here. I dropped my money to buy it. Yeah, I dropped my money to it. You should have
What am I buying? Two? Or just one?
No, just buy Huey. Just buy Huey. Buy Huey. Don't pop it.
Got it.
Keep forgetting that invisible shit, bro.
I literally just started licking the wall on accident.
I always hit that thing. I'm gonna try to rotate from the left, most likely, since should hold top side of the fold down here. Just chill.
Relocating safe zone. No more fighting in the gulag.
Yeah. Wait. In front of me. Come on. Right here, pop, yeah. One. Solo. Under the, he's jumping in the water. I'm trying to catch up to him. I'm on fire. I should have him.
Coming, man.
Absolute dead. He's trying to start crossing though.
Yeah.
We can get to like the.
Trying to play by building?
From here. He's gonna, yeah, we have to play left. Careful that team looking for right. Looking for right. Come left.
I don't think they can see us here. It's gonna.
Hey, if they go top runes, they can. Yes.
Okay.
Come to the left.
Yeah.
Okay, see if they give it up though. Yeah, they give it up. We go back.
Enemy's got sentry online.
So you gotta try to take over this ruin on them and just play them at the houses. There's kids like on like the deep right though, like a different kid like at that other ruin. Okay, creep, walk. Yeah, he's worried about that other solo over there. You guys can play to that left heady if you want, see if you have angles. Like you might catch them like going back and forth from the houses from there. I'm just gonna like stay over here and just creep.
Bounty target's gone dark. We lost the contract. Enemies
I think I don't want to shoot yet. I don't feel the water behind me. I'll kill it in the water.
Yeah, you can. They might OE for you. Careful that green building.
Only 20
in the water.
Keep up the good work.
Wait.
We don't really have like an iron or an angle from here.
Okay. You're good. You can come back to me if you want. Yeah, one shot to look over me. 1E.
Back one shot knocked. I got the full as well.
Nice.
That was the guy trying to OE for you.
Okay.
Other two were at the buy building, I'm pretty sure. Wait, they're by the. They're in here.
No, we can't zip up though. There's a kid on yellow ping that's gonna look. We just gotta chill.
Okay. I gotta.
We can always get off the yellow ping. Okay,
They just rezzed him.
Okay. I'm looking
to come?
I see him diving. Yeah. We 20. He died. He died.
I have a muni.
We're gonna bully this kid off yellow ping. Off the yellow ping.
It's solo, right?
His teammate's ready for yeah.
Relocated.
He was up arrow. Hold on, I'm gonna smoke
Enemy
this.
UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area.
Yeah. I got knocked through fucking smoke from top.
Oh. He just threw impacts. We have to go back down, I think. We're safe here. Well, it's only a duo with the buy building, no?
Yeah, unless they rest again.
Enemy soldier
They
incoming.
did that?
They did.
I don't want to do it. Wait,
They're fighting right now. They're fighting.
Go up. Are you trying to get this building close?
Yeah, just jump off the ditch. Jump off right there.
To the right.
Oh, under me. Just died.
Yeah, he died to the other team.
Hold the buy.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Spit that smokes too.
Mortared right now. They're in the building, second story.
Yeah. It's mortared if you want to fucking smoke the buy.
This team trying to wrap behind us.
Aiden can look over.
Yeah. Do you want to try to go?
I'm going. Let's go.
Oh my god. I got the worst timing, bro. I started getting shot in the back, man. Oh, fuck.
On you. You have infected. Bro, oh my god. Smokes just fucking suck when I use them, bro. You should have seen that guy's POV, bro.
No, I just first smoke in the window or went a little quicker than somebody.
Bro, that shit is just so dumb. I actually shouldn't have died, bro. I at least smoked, and Raul's just like, there's like not a smoke on his screen. I'm just in the wide open the whole time, bro. Like, I just gotta stop thinking I actually.
What place did we got 8th?
Think smoke's actually working shit.
We got what? 16 kills, the 1.6. It was actually a good game if we just get more, make it farther into the game, dude. Fuck.
Closing in.
that wasn't even supposed to be a Warzone map. That was supposed to be for some like a zombie shit or something, like to begin with.
Avalon? Is that what you said?
Big map of zombies thing. Yeah. Something at it. Zombies.
Got no plates. Oh, he mounted. I don't know if he meant to mount.
What's going on?
I gotta go pee, chat. My BRB. It wasn't a terrible game, but like, see right there, we got like 25 points. But bro, if we make it top 5, even just top 5 and snag more kills, that's like another fucking 10 points at least. Like minimum, bro, minimum. I gotta go pee real quick, chat. I'll be right back.
Bro, I'm ready to hop off, bro. I'm tired as fuck.